Chapter 74. The Sword Martial Tower stood in the southeast direction of the glorious sword hall. It looked like a tower with 4 slanted corners pointing at the sky. There were 4 floors in the Sword Martial Tower. The first floor contained the inferior class of human stage martial arts. The second floor contained the medium class of human stage martial arts. The third floor contained the superior class of human stage martial arts, and the fourth floor contained the superior class of human stage martial arts. The first floor could be entered at will. The second floor required a Chi Blood Realm 7th stage cultivation base to enter for free. Otherwise, one would have to spend 1,000 white jade coins for one entry. The third floor required a Chi Blood Realm 8th stage cultivation base to enter for free. Otherwise, one would have to spend 5,000 white jade coins for one entry. The fourth floor required a Chi Blood Realm 9th stage cultivation base. Otherwise, one would have to spend 10,000 white jade coins for one entry. Shinzong was speechless when he learned of this. Money, money, money. I've gone crazy thinking about money. Shinzong shook his head. He did not know if the founder of the Seven Lights Martial Academy was a money grubber. It felt like he was thinking of ways to make money. Sure enough, it's easier to make money if you're strong enough. Shinzong said to himself. If he revealed his identity as a new disciple, he would have a free chance to enter the second floor. You can choose one martial art and one cultivation method. Tell me after you've made your choice. The deacon in charge of the Sword Martial Tower said. Other than the first floor, the second, third, and fourth floors only had names and introductions for the cultivation methods and martial arts in the Sword Martial Tower. One could only obtain a handwritten copy after making their choice and explaining it to the deacon. This was to prevent people from staying for too long and using their extraordinary memory to memorize more cultivation methods and martial arts. Shinzong went up to the second floor. There were other people on this floor. There were Chi Blood Realm 7th stage cultivators and Chi Blood Realm 6th stage cultivators like him. There were 3 bookshelves with names and introductions pasted on them. On one side were Chi Blood cultivation methods. On the other side were sword techniques, and on the other side were movement and footwork. There were 43 Chi Blood cultivation methods, 62 sword techniques, and 15 movement and footwork techniques. The Chun clan's fierce tiger art was not among the cultivation methods. It was the Chun clan's exclusive cultivation method and was not taught to outsiders. Shinzong's eyes did not stop on the cultivation methods after a glance. Instead, he looked at the sword techniques. Golden Light Sword Art, Flowing Water Sword Art, Minor Meteor Sword Art, Wind Chasing Sword Art. Under the name of the sword technique, there was an introduction of the sword technique. For example, the Golden Light Sword Technique, when the sword was drawn, golden light would burst forth, dazzling and eye-catching, making it difficult for people to look directly at it. The Flowing Water Sword Technique, when the sword was drawn, it would be like flowing water flowing continuously, and so on. The choice of swordsmanship had to be taken into consideration from various aspects, such as the sword one used and the habits one had when using the sword. Since he could only choose one for free, Shinzong had to carefully examine which sword art he liked. Qin Chu Yun practiced the Autumn Water Sword Art, a middle-grade human stage sword art. The Chun Clan Hall also had it, but now she mainly practiced the Frigid Water Sword Art, a high-grade human stage sword art, which was more powerful. Now I have the Diffraction Swordsmanship and the Skylight Cloud Shadow Swordsmanship. There seems to be a connection between the two, but I can't figure it out yet. So, I'd better not create a new swordsmanship that is similar to the two for the time being. Shinzong pondered as he watched. He looked through each and every one of them, carefully checking their introductions and comparing them before making his final choice. Lone Star Swordplay. It said that it was practiced by Immortal Dianxing in his early years. It's only at the first level, which is incomplete, so it's classified as a middle-grade human stage sword art. This sword art is mysterious and unpredictable. Although it's only at the first level, it's the best among many middle-grade human stage sword arts. It's about exerting the strongest power with the least consumption. It requires extraordinary comprehension and strong control of one's own strength. Remember, don't bite off more than you can chew. Extraordinary comprehension and power control. I'll take it. Chunzong didn't hesitate any longer. Body movement and footwork were also martial arts. After Chunzong saw it, although he was tempted, he couldn't choose it unless he paid for it. The wind stepping steps is close to the tittle realm. It can be used now, so I won't choose it for the time being. He left the second floor. It seems that this loser is going to choose the Lone Star swordplay. He's overestimating himself. Haha, even the chief disciple of our sword school couldn't master the Lone Star swordplay. He's just a loser. What a joke. Everyone on the second floor was mocking him. Have you made your choice? The deacon of the sword martial tower on the first floor asked casually. The Lone Star swordplay. Chunzong answered directly. The Lone Star swordplay. Wait a minute. The deacon nodded, then his eyes widened. You said the Lone Star swordplay. Yes. Chunzong nodded. I advise you to choose another one. Although the introduction of the Lone Star swordplay is very attractive, it's very difficult to master. In the sword martial tower, there hasn't been anyone who has mastered it for 10 years. The deacon advised earnestly. Thank you for your kindness, but I'd like to give it a try. Chunzong was even more curious. Was the Lone Star swordplay really that difficult to master? In the entire sword martial tower, there hasn't been anyone who has mastered it for 10 years? It's up to you. Don't regret it if you don't listen to my advice. The deacon shook his head. After searching for a while, he took out an old but well-pressed book. It was obvious that it was rarely read. Remember, this swordplay can't be taught to others. It can't be damaged. You must return it within half a month. Otherwise, you'll be fined more than 100,000 white jade coins. Nodding, Chunzong took the book and strode out of the sword martial tower. The news that Chunzong had chosen the Lone Star swordplay spread out quickly. It aroused a lot of discussion. Most of them were saying that he was overestimating himself and playing to the gallery. Inside Chunzong's small courtyard, I've also chosen the Lone Star swordplay, but I couldn't even get started after a month. Chen Chu-yun said, but you're more talented than me. Maybe you can achieve something. I'll give a try first. Chunzong smiled. After Chen Chu-yun left, Chunzong began to practice the Lone Star swordplay. There were as many as 14 guiding movements in the first level. It should be noted that the guiding movements in the first level of a normal middle-class human stage sword art were usually around 11 or 12. It was even rarer to have 13 or 14 guiding movements. The more guiding movements there were, the more difficult it was to practice. Holding the sword in his right hand, he made the first guiding movement and started to swing the sword. Each movement was harder than the last. In the beginning, he only needed to swing the sword. But gradually, not only did he need to swing the sword accurately, but he also needed to adjust his vision, body angle, and footwork to guide his chi and blood to operate in a unique way. After 14 movements, his chi and blood changed 5 times, which was 3 times more than shadowless dispersion. It was even harder to control. No wonder it was said that only with enough comprehension and control of the body could one practice this sword art. After 5 days, Chunzong finally got the hang of it. On the 7th day, he performed the 14 guiding movements in a row. Under the fluctuation of his chi and blood, he swung the sword. The sword seemed to disappear and condensed into a star, as if it had just arrived in the world. The first level of the Lone Star swordplay. The Lone Star emerges. The star of the sword flashed and disappeared in a blink of an eye, maybe because he was not familiar with it. On the 9th day, Chunzong's body moved, and the circulation of his chi and blood changed 5 times in an instant. He swung his sword, and the blade disappeared, leaving only a bit of starlight. It was as if a lonely star had descended into the world. When the starlight disappeared, there was a sword hole in the wooden stake. The first stage of the Lone Star sword art, Lone Star Emergence, had reached the rudimentary stage. Performing Lone Star Emergence once only consumed 1/10 of my chi and blood. Chunzong was a little surprised. The power of the move just now was close to the perfected level of shadowless dispersion. With his cultivation level of chi and blood realm level 6, he could only perform the perfected level of shadowless dispersion 4 times. This Lone Star sword technique could indeed release more power with less energy consumption. On the 10th day, Chunzong cultivated as usual. Suddenly, someone came to inform him that the first senior brother wanted to see him. Chief disciple, eldest senior brother, Chunzong repeated before leaving the courtyard with his sword. The 7 Luminaries Martial Academy had the 7 Luminaries Hall. Each hall had a first senior brother who was also the strongest person in the hall and had great status and power. Chunzong already knew that the first senior brother of the Brilliant Sword Hall was called Bai Yushan. He was from the ultimate martial main city and seemed to be Bai Yulo's cousin. However, to be able to become the first senior brother, he must be open-minded and extraordinary. Chunzong thought to himself. There was a large hall in the Brilliant Sword Hall called the Sword Hall. Bai Yushan gathered the new disciples of the Brilliant Sword Hall here. Bai Yushan was dressed in a fitting white short robe. He had a slender figure and a sword on his back. The exposed sword hilt was very exquisite, as if it was carved from a dark green gem. At a glance, one could tell that it was extraordinarily valuable. His eyebrows were like flying swords, and his eyes were blazing with divine light. His figure was straight, and he had a reserved temperament. Standing in the crowd, he immediately became the center of attention. He was very eye-catching and gave a very good first impression. Junior brothers, I was out training a few days ago and did not have the time to welcome all of you. I'm really sorry, Bai Yushan said with a smile. His gaze swept across the crowd, making them feel as if he was looking at them. They could not help but feel flattered and excited. Now, as the first senior brother of the Brilliant Sword Hall, I welcome all of you to join the Brilliant Sword Hall. From now on, we are all brothers of the Brilliant Sword Hall, just like a family. Bai Yushan's tone was very eloquent. His words immediately won the support of many new disciples. As fellow brothers of the Brilliant Sword Hall, we encourage competition, but we do not maliciously fight among ourselves. Bai Yushan looked around and continued. Those who have done well should be praised, and those who have done wrong should be criticized and punished. Who is Chunzong? Bai Yushan suddenly changed the topic. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Chunzong's face. I am. Chunzong took a few steps forward with a calm expression. I heard that you were the champion of the Battle of the Heroes in the Martial Wind City. Your strength should not be weak. Why did you forfeit the battle at the Octagonal Circle Arena? Do you know that our Brilliant Sword Hall has always been in the top 3 in the Octagonal Circle Arena battle every year? It is very glorious. But because of you, our Brilliant Sword Hall has no chance of being in the top 3 this year. Bai Yushan's tone was somewhat cold. If you were defeated, it would be because your skills were not as good as others. It would be pardonable. But why did you forfeit and avoid the battle? I am too injured to fight. Chunzong did not panic. First senior brother, regardless of whether his reason is true or false, it is true that he has brought shame to our Brilliant Sword Hall's reputation. Bai Yushan suddenly said, I think he should be punished. Yes, that's right. I agree. Immediately, many people voiced out their agreement. Li Zhenshi, Chun Kai-wei, and the others frowned. They could see that these people were targeting Chunzong. They only hoped that Bai Yushan, the first senior brother, would act impartially. Chunzong, go and get 10 scorpion tails of the scorpion-tailed wolves. Do you accept this punishment? Bai Yushan's expression was cold and solemn. Okay. Chunzong did not hesitate. Chapter 75. Xiaobai is asking for a beating. However, the 6 Dao drank 4 cans of Heineken and 4 ounces of Baijiu last night and fainted. The scorpion-tailed wolf was an upper-grade Class 1 beast that lived in packs. It had a barbed scorpion-like tail and was highly poisonous. If a Qi in Blood Realm level 7 or level 8 martial artist was surrounded, they could die if they were not careful. Bai Yushan punished Chunzong by giving him 10 scorpion-tailed wolf tails, which meant that Chunzong had to kill 10 scorpion-tailed wolves. It was very dangerous. Bai Yushan nodded secretly. Chunzong was very cooperative, which surprised him. After thinking about it, he would not deliberately target him anymore. Senior brother, since you're here, I'll ask you to be the judge. Chunzong suddenly said. His clear eyes were like water as they fell on Bai Yulo's face. I want to challenge Bai Yulo's ranking in the boiling blood pool. Bai Yushan was stunned and looked at Bai Yulo. My ranking in the boiling blood pool is very high. It's no wonder you're interested. Bai Yulo smiled coldly, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Fine, I'll give you this chance. Draw your sword. He actually wants to challenge the third young master. He's overestimating himself. It's not the first time he's overestimated himself. The people around them started to discuss. If that's the case, I'll be the judge. Remember, as a disciple of the Glorious Sword Clan, you can't go too far. Bai Yushan said casually. Bai Yulo unsheathed his sword. The sword light was as cold as autumn water. It was a treasured iron sword, and it was the best kind. It was even better than Chun Zong's treasured iron sword. With a shake of the long sword, the sword light shook and instantly turned into a dozen dots that shot out. The dots were like blooming stars, confusing the eyes and making it difficult to distinguish where the real sword was. Bai Yulo's cultivation was at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 6. The foundation building sword technique he practiced was the Bai family's little star sword technique. The sword was like a flickering star, difficult to distinguish between real and fake. It was very penetrative. Chun Zong unsheathed his sword and slashed out. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past. The dozens of starlight rays dissipated as the sword slashed towards Bai Yulo's throat. In the blink of an eye, the sword changed direction and pierced towards Bai Yulo's left chest. Bai Yulo hurriedly swung his sword. The blade of the sword seemed to shatter, turning into even more starlight that revolved around his chest. Unexpectedly, Chun Zong's wrist turned once more, and the stab to Bai Yulo's chest changed to a slash, cutting towards Bai Yulo's right chest. In the blink of an eye, the sword in Chun Zong's hand changed 3 times in a row. Bai Yulo was caught off guard. The power of qi and blood burst out, and his feet seemed to be stepping on a meteor. He stepped back quickly. It was the star-chasing step, a mid-level human realm martial art. I didn't expect you. Bai Yulo's face was a bit pale. Bai Yin had taught Chun Zong a lesson that day, but Chun Zong appeared as soon as they started fighting. Therefore, Bai Yulo didn't know how strong Chun Zong was, especially since Chun Zong was from the Wind Martial City, which was incomparable to the ultimate martial city. Bai Yulo looked down on Chun Zong, but he didn't expect Chun Zong to be able to force him back with just 3 sword changes. This kid's sword technique is very good. Bai Yushan raised his eyebrows and said secretly. He was very surprised. Whether a sword practitioner's sword technique was good or not, the changes in the sword could be directly reflected. Normal sword practitioners would only stab once, and it would be very difficult to change it halfway. After all, the speed of the stab was very fast, and the time was very short. There was no time to change it. Some of the more brilliant ones could change the direction of the sword midway after a single stab. Even more brilliant ones could change the direction of the sword midway after a single stab. Including the attack, one could change the direction of the sword 3 times. Chen Chuyin and Bai Yushan were at this level. In order to achieve this, one must first have an outstanding ability to use one's own strength, have a high degree of control over the sword in one's hand, and have a unique understanding of swordsmanship. All 3 were indispensable. Star-chasing steps. Starry Night. Bai Yulo took a step forward, rushing towards Chun Zong as if he was stepping on stars. With a wave of his hand, the iron sword in his hand turned into 18 dots of starlight, piercing through the air like raindrops hitting banana leaves, shooting towards Chun Zong. It was the first stage of the mid-rank mortal realm star sword technique. Every star was a stab, and it was very powerful. Chun Zong's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were cold and serious. His qi and blood exploded, and in a second, he waved his sword. The sword seemed to disappear and turned into a cold star, like a lonely star. The lonely star. Bai Yushan's face suddenly changed. The others didn't know what the lonely star sword technique was, so they didn't think much of it. As soon as the lonely star appeared, the 18 stars immediately dimmed. 8 of them were shattered, and the lonely star was also shattered. Through the gap, the sword flew across the sky like a shooting star and rushed towards Bai Yulo. The stars flew past him like they were passing through the starry sky. It was very dazzling. The stab changed again. 1 change, 2 changes, 3 changes. 1 sword, 4 changes. Bayulo's face looked even worse. Before Bayulo could dodge, he felt a chill on his neck, and his whole body was numb. Admit defeat, Chunzong said calmly. Bayulo's face turned red and white, and he was ashamed. Chunzong, put down your sword. Bayushan came back to his senses and said coldly, Senior brother, he hasn't admitted defeat yet. Chunzong said lightly, I admit defeat. Veins bulged on Bayulo's forehead as he said with difficulty, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This feeling was very uncomfortable. In that case, take out the ranking wooden token of the boiling blood pool. Chunzong said, I believe you have it with you. Take it. Bayulo took out the wooden token and threw it to Chunzong. Chunzong caught it and quickly glanced at it. The number 15 was written on it, which meant that it was the 19th batch. 10 batches had passed, which meant that in 5 days, Bayulo would be able to enter the boiling blood pool. But now he was replaced by Chunzong. This is yours. Chunzong took out his ranking wooden token and threw it to Bayulo. When Bayulo saw the number 130, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Being able to get the ranking wooden token of the 15th batch had something to do with his various efforts, and Bayushan's name also played a role. He didn't expect that in the end, he would work for someone else, especially someone who didn't get along with him. This feeling was indescribably uncomfortable. Bayushan's face was gloomy. He could see that Chunzong knew the relationship between him and Bayulo. Challenging Bayulo was tantamount to a counterattack for the punishment he gave him. He couldn't help but be furious. At the same time, Chunzong actually managed to cultivate the first level of the Lone Star Sword Art to the entry level. Calculating the time, it had only been 10 days. One must know that in the past, he had also tried to cultivate the Lone Star Sword Art, but he didn't manage to reach the entry level after a month. He didn't expect that there would actually be someone who could cultivate it to the entry level in just 10 days. This caused him to feel extremely unhappy. In addition, Chunzong could change 4 times with 1 sword, which proved that his swordsmanship was better than his own. No matter what, Chunzong was an eyesore to Bayushan. These 3 points added together made him even more unpleasant. Chunzong, your strength is very good, but you abstained from the battle that day. You really shouldn't have done so. Your punishment is too light. Bayushan's expression was cold, and his tone was chilly. Other than the 10 scorpion tails of the scorpion-tailed wolves, you also have to retrieve a blood essence fruit. Do you accept this punishment? As he spoke, the powerful vitality of the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm seemed to be about to explode. It turned into a shocking aura that was as sharp as a sword and rushed toward Chunzong. Chunzong's body trembled, his skin went numb, and his hair stood on end. He felt an extremely strong sense of danger. I accept. Chunzong's expression changed slightly and returned to normal. However, he didn't refute and didn't give Bayushan any other chances. Bayushan took a deep breath. He really hoped that Chunzong would accept the punishment and act unruly, or even directly confront him. Only then would he have a legitimate reason to attack and teach the other party a lesson. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance. This made Bayushan think even more highly of Chunzong. Eldest senior brother, if there's nothing else, I'm going to hunt the scorpion-tailed wolves, Chunzong said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Go ahead. Bayushan nodded. Since Chunzong didn't blatantly contradict him and was very cooperative, he had to show the demeanor of an eldest senior brother. Chunzong, I'll go with you, Li Zhenshi said. Hunting the scorpion-tailed wolves was extremely dangerous and difficult. It was even more difficult to harvest the blood essence fruit. This is to punish me, not you, Chunzong said with a smile. Chunzong declined Li Zhenshi's kind offer and went to look up information. The blood essence fruit was a grade 7 herb. It had very high requirements for its growing environment. It needed to be irrigated with the blood of monsters to grow, bloom, and bear fruit. Every ripe blood essence fruit contained strong and pure vitality energy. When consumed and refined, it could significantly improve one's vitality cultivation. It had a significant effect, even on martial artists at the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm. If it was combined with other herbs and refined into pills, it would have a significant effect on martial artists at the 8th or 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Little brother, it's good that you didn't contradict Bai Yushan in public. Chen Qian came looking for him after hearing the news. My current strength is not as good as his. Chen Zong said. It was a simple principle. In terms of cultivation and strength, he was not as good as Bai Yushan. In terms of status in the Glorious Sword Clan, he was also not as good as Bai Yushan. A good sword needs to be tough and resilient. You can't lack either. Chen Shiyun said seriously. Everyone thinks that a swordsman must rather break than submit. That is the most basic knowledge. A swordsman must have courage and a heart full of sharpness. But he must also know how to gain momentum and seek the straight in the crook. A moment of submission is for a better rebound. As he spoke, Chen Shiyun unsheathed his sword and shook it. The sword bent and then suddenly straightened. The sword light was like water, emitting a shocking momentum. It was as if it could shatter a mountain rock. Taking advantage of the momentum, the sword stabbed out faster, fiercer, and more tyrannical. Chen Zong was instantly taken aback. What he was doing was just a feeling, an intuition. It was not as clear as what Sister Yin was doing. Instantly, the countless scattered insights within his mind seemed to have found a breakthrough point. They converged together, becoming clearer and clearer. He felt an indescribably profound feeling towards swordsmanship. Do you want me to go with you? Chen Chuyan asked as he sheathed his sword. Sister, I could go by myself. Chen Zong said. He was not a child who had not grown up yet. Be careful. Advance when necessary and retreat when necessary. Do not hesitate. Chen Chuyan nodded. After bidding farewell to Chen Chuyan, Chen Zong took the dry rations and left the courtyard immediately. He walked towards Dragonhorn Peak. Whether it was the scorpion-tailed wolf or the blood essence fruit, they could all be found on Dragonhorn Peak. Chapter 76. Drunk is so tiring. Dragonhorn Peak was 1,888 meters tall, and the Seven Lights Martial Arts Academy was located 300 to 400 meters away. There was still a long way to go up. The mountain path was rugged and very difficult for ordinary people, but for Chen Zong, the difficulty was still acceptable. He applied some of the subtleties of wind stepping steps to his normal steps, and his body was light. When he encountered a high place, he would leap up as if he was walking on flat ground. The mountain breeze blew, and it was cool. The sky was high, and the ground was wide, and the pride in his heart was surging. There were a few rather famous places on Dragonhorn Peak, such as Sea Viewing Cliff, which did not look at the sea, but the sea of clouds, Moon Gazing Rock, which was an enormous rock. It was said that standing on top of it and looking at the moon would reveal a kind of beauty that could not be discovered normally, Coiling Dragon Peak, which was the highest point of Dragonhorn Peak. The scorpion-tailed wolf settlement was not far away from Sea Viewing Cliff. When Chen Zong arrived at Sea Viewing Cliff, he paused for a moment. On one side of the cliff was a verdant mountain wall. There was a depression in the mountain wall that looked like a small hole dug out by someone. It was about 2 meters tall, 1 meter wide, and 2 meters deep. If there was a storm, it could be used as a temporary resting place. On the other side was a cliff. Below the cliff was a boundless sea of clouds. Looking at it made one feel relaxed and happy. Chen Zong could not help but let out a long howl. The howl was like a melodious sword cry. He drew his sword and danced. Sword light flashed, and sword shadows crisscrossed. After practicing one sword technique after another, he felt that his heart was clear and his mind was clearer. It is indeed a good place to practice the sword. Chen Zong thought to himself, maybe I can come here to practice the sword in the future. He turned around and left Sea Viewing Cliff, heading towards the scorpion-tailed wolf settlement. The tyrannical aura belonging to demon beasts was faintly discernible. As Chen Zong moved forward, it became clear and strong. It was very messy, and waves of beast roars could be heard. I've arrived at the scorpion-tailed wolf settlement. Chen Zong thought to himself, and his footsteps became even lighter. Looking through the dense trees, there seemed to be a small valley in front of them. Broken stones were scattered everywhere, and there were caves built. There was a creature that was about a meter tall, covered in black fur, and had a scorpion tail on its buttocks. It was even longer than its body, and it looked like a scorpion tail had been replaced with a black wolf's body. The scorpion-tailed wolf was an upper-grade class 1 demonic beast. It had the ferocity and cunning of a wolf, and its tail was venomous. Once stung, even a Chi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artist would feel numb and swell all over and become sluggish, eventually becoming food for the scorpion-tailed wolf. 1, 2, 3. Chunzong glanced around. There were 26 scorpion-tailed wolves outside the cave, and they were scattered all over the place. Chunzong had a clear view of the surrounding terrain so that it would be easier for him to take action next. His strength was not bad, but he could not fall into the encirclement of the scorpion-tailed wolves. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. He could imagine that Bai Yushan's punishment was not good. One day, he would definitely be punished. However, for now, he had to think about how to kill 10 scorpion-tailed wolves and obtain their scorpion tails. Looking at the surrounding terrain, Chunzong recalled the terrain at Ocean Viewing Cliff and made up his mind. He picked up a rock and aimed it at the scorpion-tailed wolf closest to him. He threw the rock with all his might, and it shot out like an arrow from a bow, directly hitting the scorpion-tailed wolf's head. The scorpion-tailed wolf howled in anger, and it immediately looked in Chunzong's direction and dashed toward him. Die! Chunzong did not dodge. He drew his sword, and the sword light flashed like lightning, directly piercing through the throat of the scorpion-tailed wolf that leaped toward him. He then swung his sword and chopped off the scorpion tail. He hung the scabbard on his belt with his left hand and grabbed the scorpion tail. He immediately retreated because the other scorpion-tailed wolves were roaring and dashing toward him. The large group of ferocious wolves made his scalp tingle. He quickly retreated, and with the help of the terrain, his footsteps were like the wind, and his body was light, maintaining the distance between him and the scorpion-tailed wolves. However, the scorpion-tailed wolves were more familiar with the terrain here, and they easily approached Chunzong. Suddenly, a scorpion-tailed wolf leaped from a rock to the side and pounced toward Chunzong. Its sharp claws, cold fangs, and the barbs on its scorpion tail shone with a cold light. In an instant, it attacked 3 times, and a fishy smell assaulted Chunzong's face. Once he smelled it, he felt a little uncomfortable. He held his breath and swung his sword. The sword light was extremely dazzling, and the momentum was astonishing. The scorpion-tailed wolf's eyes turned white, and it could not see anything. Its ears felt as if they were pierced, and it was very uncomfortable. In the next moment, an astonishingly sharp sword light pierced through the wolf's throat and was pulled out. His body moved and chopped off the scorpion tail, and his left hand grabbed it again, as smooth as flowing water. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Chunzong started a chase with the scorpion-tailed wolves. Although it was a little different from the previous plan, Chunzong still retreated to the sea-viewing cliff safely. He put the 3 scorpion tails in his hands aside and leaned against a dent in the mountain wall of the sea-viewing cliff. In this way, he would not be attacked by the scorpion-tailed wolves from all directions, and he only needed to face them head-on. More than a dozen scorpion-tailed wolves surrounded him in a fan shape, with their front claws creeping like a strong bow. They bared their teeth, and turbid saliva dripped from their mouths. Their green eyes were fierce and ruthless. Chunzong's face was cold, and his eyes were bright and deep. He glanced at the dozen scorpion-tailed wolves and captured their every move clearly. Suddenly, more than a dozen scorpion-tailed wolves rushed forward and pounced. They even knew how to cooperate and attacked in 3 waves. Flash Thunder Sword Technique. The sword light swept across the sky like lightning and thunder. His left hand slapped out, and there seemed to be a dragon's roar echoing around. The Perfection Realm of Lesser Dragon Subduing Hand. The Perfection Realm of Lesser Dragon Subduing Hand, with a strength of 2,000 kilograms, was strong and fierce. Its power was terrifying, and it could easily break stones. Although the scorpion-tailed wolves were not weak, they could not resist it. They were immediately sent flying by the palm, vomiting blood and unable to get up. With the help of the terrain, a few foundational sword techniques, and a lesser dragon-subduing hand, Chunzong killed more than a dozen scorpion-tailed wolves. The corpses fell to the ground in a mess, and traces of green scarlet blood flowed out. He cut off all the scorpion tails, a total of 16, and tied them with rattan. 10 of them were turned in, and the remaining 6 could be sold for money. Clap, clap, clap. Chunzong's sharp eyes swept across. I thought you would die under the scorpion-tailed wolves' scorpion tails. I didn't expect you to be unscathed. Your strength is not bad. A person stepped onto the cliff with a mocking smile on his face. He said neither quickly nor slowly, "Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you. Now, obediently hand over the wooden tablet of the boiling blood pool, and I'll go easy on you. You are from the Bai family? Bai Yushan or Bai Yulo sent you here?" Chunzong raised his eyebrows and asked with a faint smile, "How dare you call eldest senior brother by his full name?" Bai Zhongping was instantly enraged. Channeling his qi and blood, he took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. He waved it rapidly, leaving behind afterimages, and then quickly stabbed at Chunzong. When channeling his qi and blood, not only could his arm strength reach 4,000 caddies, his speed was also much faster than a qi and blood practitioner at the 6th level. When Bai Zhongping moved, Chunzong had already seen through the clues. He immediately retreated. His footsteps seemed disorderly, but in reality they were orderly, avoiding Bai Zhongping's sword. His body was low, and his iron sword went from bottom to top towards Bai Zhongping's abdomen. The sword immediately chopped down, and Chunzong dodged it again. His sword turned into a stab, stabbing towards Bai Zhongping's heart. In an instant, it changed into a slash towards Bai Zhongping's throat. In an instant, it changed into a point, aiming at Bai Zhongping's left shoulder and collarbone. Finally, it changed into a flick, aiming for Bai Zhongping's ear. One sword, 5 transformations, was as fast as lightning. Each strike was sharp, and a chill pervaded the entire body. Bai Zhongping immediately unleashed his qi and blood and used his footwork to retreat. The tip of the sword almost brushed past his earlobe. If he was a little slower, his entire ear would have been cut off. You can actually do one sword, 5 transformations. Bai Zhongping looked at Chunzong from afar, his eyes filled with shock. It was said that if one could cultivate one sword technique to the point of one sword 9 transformations, there would be a miraculous change. However, no one knew what was exactly, because very, very few people could do it. For example, the eldest senior brother Bai Yushan, who was the most skilled in sword techniques in Glorious Sword Academy, could only do one sword 3 transformations. He could barely do one sword 4 transformations. It was undoubtedly unwise to engage in close combat with someone who could do one sword 5 transformations with ordinary sword techniques, unless one's strength or speed far exceeded the opponent's. However, his arm strength was 4,000 caddies, and his speed was even faster. It seemed like he had the upper hand, but for some reason, the opponent's sword was very powerful. It was probably comparable to an ordinary qi and blood practitioner at the 7th level. Taking a deep breath, Bai Zhongping's qi and blood sped up. As his long sword swayed, specks of starlight seemed to flash around his body. This was the Bai family's mid-class starry sword technique, the 1st level of perfection. Starry Scott, Bai Zhongping growled and drew his sword. The terrifying sword turned into dozens of specks of starlight, shooting towards Chunzong's body like shooting stars. Starry Scott, just to be safe, Bai Zhongping unleashed his qi and blood again, performing the 2nd level of the starry sword technique, reaching the realm of full mastery. The dozens of specks of starlight shooting towards Chunzong instantly expanded and became even more dazzling. It was so blinding that Chunzong could not look at it directly. A strong sense of danger surged through his body, and his heart raced. Using the wind stepping steps, Chunzong quickly retreated 3 meters with each step. He kicked out continuously, kicking the corpses of the scorp's-tailed wolves one after another into the dozens of specks of starlight. Poochie! 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 The corpses of the scorp's-tailed wolves were pierced and torn apart. It was a cruel scene. After piercing through 7 or 8 scorp's-tailed wolves, the dozens of specks of starlight finally dimmed down. Chunzong drew his sword, which was as fast as lightning. After shattering the specks of starlight, he kicked the dozens of tied scorpion tails towards Bai Zhongping. He waved the sword in his hand and turned it into a lonely star, standing alone in the world. Bai Zhongping dodged the scorpion tails. While he was distracted, Chunzong's sword had already reached him without him noticing. Shocked, he waved his sword to defend. The sword changed 5 more times, forcing Bai Zhongping to back off. Just as he was about to unleash his qi and blood again, an extremely bright light bloomed in front of him, making his eyes feel like they were pricked by needles. Under the bright light, shadows spread out and intertwined. Between the light and shadow, it was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. All of Chunzong's physical strength and qi and blood were unleashed instantly. The skylight and cloud shadow sword showed no mercy. Under the bright light and the dark shadow, a sword struck towards Chunzong silently. Bai Zhongping shouted and slashed down with his sword. As the light and shadow disappeared, Bai Zhongping's shirt was cut open, revealing his silver inner armor. Blood gushed out from the cut silver inner armor, and his strength was quickly draining away. Chunzong's face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. On his raised left arm, there was a cut on the heavy iron arm guard, and blood was seeping out. He raised his sword and wanted to stab again, but he felt weak all over. Chapter 77. Killing and arson is a golden belt. The ancient people were very honest. While muttering, Chunzong put away the 30,000 white jade notes and some energy pills and red blood pills. He then pushed Bai Zhongping's body down the cliff and destroyed it. Bai Zhongping's iron sword had the word Bai on it, which was the symbol of the Bai family. Chunzong also threw it away. In terms of strength, Bai Zhongping was stronger than any of the 2 men in black who had chased him before. Chunzong was able to win because of the scorpion tail wolf's body, the scorpion tail, and the heavy iron arm guard. Most importantly, his cultivation had improved, and his sword art had improved, making him stronger. In a battle, I also need to know how to use the surrounding environment and combine it with time and place. This battle made Chunzong more aware of the essentials of battle. After taking energy pills and beast blood pills, sprinkling medicinal powder on the wound on his left arm, and cultivating the true sword skill to recover his strength and qi and blood, Chunzong immediately left with the 16 scorpion tails. The blood essence fruit had high requirements for its growing environment. On the Dragon Horn Peak, there was only one place where the blood essence fruit could grow. It was called the Dark Blood Mountain, located more than 1,300 meters away from the Dragon Horn Peak. After continuously climbing, Chunzong finally arrived at the Dark Blood Mountain range. At first glance, it was a relatively flat land on the mountain. It was a reddish-brown color without any green grass. There were only withered trees and scattered gravel. Chunzong also saw many skeletons of unknown demon beasts. Half of them were buried in the ground, and the other half were exposed. Chunzong didn't know the origin of the Dark Blood Mountain. The records were very vague. He guessed that it was formed after many battles. It was suitable for the growth of some unique plants, such as the first-grade herb triple safflower, the second-grade herb bloodgrass, and the third-grade herb ground redroot. All kinds of herbs were related to blood, suitable for refining beast blood pills, red blood pills, and so on. The blood essence fruit was currently the highest grade herb found in the Dark Blood Mountain. It was rare, and once it appeared, it would be fought over by many people. Whether Chunzong could get it was unknown, but he had to try. Walking towards the interior of the Dark Blood Mountain, Chunzong found other herbs along the way, such as the bloodgrass. He would dig them up and sell them to the Hunter Medicine Building. He killed 2 blood jackals and 1 blood python. As he walked, 3 silhouettes appeared in front of him. Through their auras, Chun Zong determined that two of them were at the 7th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm, while the other was at the 8th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm. The three of them heard the footsteps and turned to look. Chun Zong could only see a glimmer of light flash through the eyes of the Qi and Blood Realm Level 8 martial artist. You're a disciple of Brilliant Sword Hall? Disciples from different halls had different uniforms. The uniform of Brilliant Sword Hall was silver gray. The uniform of Brilliant Soldier Hall was gray-white. The uniform of Brilliant Martial Hall was black. The uniform of Brilliant Soldier Hall was pure gray, and the uniform of Brilliant Earth Hall was brown. The eldest senior brother was not restricted. These three people were from the Illuminating Earth clan and the Illuminating Blade clan. There's a blood essence fruit tree ahead. There are 9 blood essence fruits on it, and they are about to ripen. The Illuminating Blade clan disciple, who was also the martial artist at the 8th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm, quickly said in a low voice, "However, there's a bloodthirsty iron scale beast guarding it. You know the bloodthirsty iron scale beast, right? It's a mid-grade level 2 beast, but its iron armor is shockingly strong. It's very difficult for a Qi and Blood Realm level 8 martial artist to break through. Only a Qi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artist can deal with it." The Qi and Blood Realm level 7 martial artist from the Illuminating Earth Hall curled his lips and said. He could see that Chun Zong's cultivation was only at the 6th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm and felt a sense of superiority, especially since he was a disciple of the Illuminating Earth Hall. The Illuminating Earth Hall was different from the other 4 halls. Only those who had reached the 7th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm before the age of 18 could enter directly, such as Yang Yigu and Tang Juanhao. Therefore, the Illuminating Earth Hall was also defined as a gathering place for elite martial artists. Of course, this was not absolute. Although some people had not reached the 7th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm, they were still young and could reach the 7th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm before the age of 18. However, reaching the 7th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm were 2 different things. If they had not reached the 7th stage, it meant that they might be stuck at a bottleneck or die halfway. How about this? You came at the right time. Attract the bloodthirsty iron scale beast's attention and let the 3 of us attack it by surprise. We will strive to kill the bloodthirsty iron scale beast. We can share one of the blood essence fruits with you, said the martial artist at the 8th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm. I think it's better to split the 9 blood essence fruits and the precious materials from the bloodthirsty iron scale beast equally, said Chun Zong in an unhurried tone. Who do you think you are? Giving you 1 blood essence fruit is already giving you face, and you still want to split it equally? The Illuminating Blade clan disciple at the 7th stage of the Illuminating Blade clan, who had been silent all this while, was suddenly enraged. His tone was harsh and sarcastic. Chun Zong shrugged his shoulders and did not respond. Splitting it equally is based on strength. Do you have that? The disciple mocked again. In an instant, a dazzling sword light tore through the air like a bolt of lightning. It appeared too suddenly and too quickly, giving the 3 of them a fright. The sword light flashed and disappeared in a flash, directly piercing through a withered tree trunk that was as thick as an adult's waist. Is this enough? Chun Zong asked unhurriedly, putting the scorpion tail aside. The 3 of them were stunned. That sword was very fast. It wasn't something a Qi Blood Realm martial artist could execute. It was definitely at the level of a Qi Blood Realm martial artist, or even slightly better. Although it wasn't at the level of a Qi Blood Realm martial artist, its power wasn't weak either. It was comparable to a Qi Blood Realm martial artist at the 7th level. Since that's the case, then let's rely on our own abilities. The disciple of Earth Illumination, Hull, shot a deep glance at Chun Zong and said coldly. The other 2 looked at each other and nodded secretly. Okay, then let's rely on our own abilities, Chun Zong also said. Let's get to know each other first. My name is Huang Biao. He is Meng Yuanchong, and he is Xiao Wei. The Qi Blood Realm martial artist at the 8th level said his name first, then pointed out the names of the Qi Blood Realm martial artists at the 7th level of Blade Illumination Hall and Earth Illumination Hall. I'm Chun Zong. Chunzong said. Chunzong, Meng Yuancheng repeated. You're the new disciple who forfeited the battle and shamed Sword Illumination Hall? Chunzong didn't say anything. The three of them looked even more surprised. Cut the crap. Let's go kill that bloodthirsty iron scale beast now, Xiao Wei said coldly. You should agree to Senior Brother Huang's suggestion. Otherwise, you won't even get a single blood essence fruit. Meng Yuancheng sneered. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he'll get more blood essence fruits. Huang Biao's words were full of mockery. The blood essence fruit tree was 3 meters tall. It had no leaves, and its branches were strangely shaped. It bore 9 red fruits the size of an egg. They were all bright red, as if they were about to ooze blood. The blood essence fruits are ripe, Huang Biao said happily, but he looked at the beast under the blood essence fruit tree fearfully. The bloodthirsty iron scale beast looked like a big wild boar, but looked even more ferocious. It was almost 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales. The mane from its head to its back was as red as fire. The hair at the end of its tail was also as red as fire, like a burning flame. On its big head, 2 sharp fangs were more than half a meter long like swords. Its forelimbs were not hooves, but sharp claws like a lion or tiger, which were more lethal. The red scale armor gave the beast an even stronger defense. Its fangs were like swords, its claws were sharp, and its tail was like a steel whip. The bulge on its forehead was so hard that if it was hit, its bones would definitely be broken. It could be said that this was a beast that could attack from head to toe. It had both terrifying lethality and amazing defense. No wonder it was said that only martial artists at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm were easier to deal with. Chunzong estimated that even ordinary martial artists at the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm might not be able to do anything to it. The bloodthirsty iron scale beast is very strong. Let's lure it away first, then take the opportunity to pick the blood essence fruits, Huang Biao said. In the end, they did not plan to fight to the death with the bloodthirsty iron scale beast. Letting Chunzong attract its attention so that the 3 of them could take the opportunity to kill, it was probably just to fool Chunzong. The bloodthirsty iron scale beast also noticed the 4 of them. It let out a thunderous roar from the depths of its throat. Its face was ferocious, and its eyes emitted a blood-red light. Turbid saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth, and a tyrannical aura filled the air. Even so, the bloodthirsty iron scale beast did not charge over. It wanted to guard the 9 blood essence fruits. They were ripe and ready to be eaten. Once it ate them, it might be able to improve further. Attack, Xiao Wei said coldly. He held the long blade in one hand and the short blade in the other. It was more difficult to control 2 blades than one. Huang Biao and Meng Yuancheng also pulled out their blades. Huang Biao's blade was wide and thick, while Meng Yuancheng's blade was long and narrow like a willow leaf. Chunzong also pulled out his sword. The sword light was clear and bright. They approached the bloodthirsty iron scale beast step by step. However, the beast did not seem to have any intention of charging over. It seemed to be afraid of the 9 blood essence fruits. It seems that we have to kill the bloodthirsty iron scale beast first. Huang Biao frowned. The 4 of us should split up. If the bloodthirsty iron scale beast wants to guard the blood essence fruits, we can find an opportunity to attack and give it a fatal blow. The 4 of them split up. Chunzong faced the right side of the bloodthirsty iron scale beast. Among the 4 of them, Huang Biao had the highest cultivation. In the bloodthirsty iron scale beast's perception, his qi and blood power was the strongest. The bloodthirsty iron scale beast's eyes were fixed on him the whole time. Next, it was Xiao Wei and Meng Yuancheng. On the contrary, Chunzong was underestimated because his cultivation was the weakest. Instead of taking the initiative to attack, the bloodthirsty iron scale beast crouched on the ground and made an attacking posture. A horrifying and brutal aura spread out, as if it was going to roll up a demonic wind. Attack! Huang Biao shouted. His qi and blood power exploded. He held the mountain-splitting blade with both of his hands and chopped down. The blade light was dazzling, with a layer of bloody light spreading out. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to split a mountain in half. The mountain-splitting blade art of the upper rank of the mortal realm. Meng Yuancheng suddenly thrust out his blade. It was like a thunderbolt tearing through the air, bringing up a shockingly sharp sound. The tip of the blade was shining with a cold light. The thunder-piercing blade art of the mortal realm. Xiaowei's long blade chopped down, followed by a short blade. The two blades crossed. One long and one short blade light was extremely sharp, weaving into a net that covered the left side of the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast. The inverted blade art of the mortal realm. Chunzong exploded his qi and blood power. He thrust out his sword, which turned into a lone star descending to the mortal world. When it dissipated, it had already hit the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast's body. A shock force made Chunzong back. The bloodthirsty iron-scale beast scales were very hard, which surprised Chunzong. Although the Lone Star art was only at the beginner level, its power was not weak at all. It was better at single-point attacks than the diffraction sword art. However, it only left a small wound on the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast's body, and did not break through its defense. Chapter 78. How an ordinary person feel when being targeted by a vicious wolf. Absolutely horrifying. That was what Chunzong was feeling right now. The bloodthirsty iron-scale beast's eyes were cold and cruel, enough to scare a martial disciple to death. The terrifying and tyrannical aura rushed towards Chunzong, causing his entire body to feel numb. The power of his blood and qi also became sluggish, as if it was about to stop. Holding the sword in his hand tightly, the sword vibrated slightly and made a melodious sound. The mysterious sword tip in the space between his eyebrows vibrated slightly, and a silver dragon circled around. Chunzong's spirit and willpower became more condensed, resisting the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast's cold and cruel eyes. The third stage of the true sword skill was activated to the extreme, and his qi and blood power accelerated again. The third stage of the true sword skill, which was beyond the highest level of the human realm, was not inferior to the fourth stage of the highest level of the human realm. His qi and blood were like swords, and a kind of sharpness was hidden in his body, which made Chunzong's qi and blood more condensed. The bloodthirsty iron-scale beast suddenly rushed towards Chunzong with its sharp claws, tearing the air apart. The danger of death was approaching, and a shadow was descending. His cultivation was the lowest, so why would the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast target him? Without much time to think, Chunzong immediately performed the wind-stepping steps to back away from the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Huang Biao and the other two rushing towards the blood essence fruit tree. It turned out that the three of them had already discussed in secret. Their attack, just now, was just a feint, and did not cause any harm to the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast. In comparison, Chunzong's attack was the most direct, which angered the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast and made him its target. It also meant that the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast was not very smart. Thinking about it, Chunzong immediately realized that he had fallen into their trap. He was annoyed, but he could only think of a way to get out. You want to use me to attract the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast so that you can get the blood essence fruit. What a good idea. Unfortunately, I won't let you get what you want. Thinking to himself, Chunzong performed the wind-stepping steps again and narrowly avoided the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast attack. Combining the footwork of the 8 forms of the true sword with his body, he bent his waist and passed by the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast before using the wind-stepping steps. The reason why monstrous beasts were more powerful than martial artists was not only because of their tyrannical physique, but also because of their tyrannical aura, which could fiercely intimidate martial artists. Once a monstrous beast could withstand the impact of that tyrannical aura, its disadvantage would be reduced. The bloodthirsty iron-scale beast had a large body, so it wasn't as agile as Chunzong when it turned around, but it wasn't that much weaker. It immediately turned around and chased after Chunzong. As it ran, it fiercely collided with Chunzong, and its sharp fangs pierced towards Chunzong like swords. The ground was shaking. The bloodthirsty iron-scale beast was like a beam of red light, rushing straight at Chunzong. The terrifying killing intent made Chunzong shiver and his pores open. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, the intense sense of danger made Chunzong's hair stand on end. It also made his willpower more condensed than ever, as if something had been broken. The 5th step, he took a step forward, and as if he had been blown by the wind, he flew up like a bird and landed on the blood essence fruit tree, stepping into the realm of refinement. Not only could he take the 5th step, but he could also fly a few meters in the blink of an eye, as if he was riding the wind. The bloodthirsty iron-scale beast rushed over from below, but it couldn't stop its momentum and directly crashed into a withered tree. The tree was smashed into pieces, but it was unharmed. Chunzong drew his sword and slashed at Huang Biao. He used the lesser dragon-subduing hand to slap at Meng Yuanchong and kick Xiao Wei continuously. At this moment, whether it was Huang Biao, Meng Yuanchong, or Xiao Wei, they had all picked a blood essence fruit. Just as they were about to pick the second one, they were suddenly attacked by Chunzong. They immediately defended and counterattacked. Chunzong looked down at Meng Yuanchong with an even stronger aura. Meng Yuanchong blocked his palm and fell down. Xiao Wei's skill was better, and he intertwined his 2 blades and slashed at Chunzong's legs. Huang Biao shattered the sword light with his blade and directly slashed at Chunzong. The bloodthirsty iron-scale beast rushed over again with Meng Yuanchong as its target. It smelled the scent of blood essence fruit on Meng Yuanchong. Chunzong's legs landed on the ground, and he lightly tapped on the branches with the tip of his foot. His body seemed to be blown by the wind, and he moved to the side to avoid Huang Biao and Xiao Wei's blade attacks. He reached out his hand and grabbed a blood essence fruit. Meng Yuanchong rushed to the top of the blood essence fruit tree. Chunzong slashed his sword down, and Meng Yuanchong landed on the ground again. The bloodthirsty iron-scale beast had already rushed over. Meng Yuanchong was so scared that his hair stood on end. He immediately used his footwork and ran forward. The bloodthirsty iron-scale beast was also attracted by Meng Yuanchong. No matter what, the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast was not here, so everyone could safely pick the blood essence fruit. Attack, attack, attack. The second blood essence fruit fell into Chunzong's hands. Huang Biao and Xiao Wei also picked their second blood essence fruit. There were still 2 blood essence fruits left. Skylight Cloud Shadow Sword. Exploding with 10% of his physique and blood energy, he did not aim to injure the enemy. He only needed to use the strong light and shadows to interfere with the enemy's vision. As expected, Xiao Wei's eyes were completely white, unable to see anything. With a flick of his long sword, the blood essence fruit flew into Chunzong's hand. At the same time, he kicked out, breaking the branch with the last blood essence fruit. Huang Biao's hand reached out and grabbed nothing. Chunzong quickly landed on the ground. He flicked his sword up and performed the Skylight Cloud Shadow Sword again. The bright light and shadow attacked Huang Biao, and his eyes were completely white. He could not see anything. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong picked the last blood essence fruit. He now had 4 blood essence fruits in his hands. He performed the wind steps and covered 4 meters with 1 step. In a blink of an eye, he had covered 20 meters with 5 steps. His body jumped into the air like he was riding the wind and landed on a dead tree a few meters away. He then kicked hard and rushed forward. Damn it, go! Huang Biao and Xiao Wei were furious. They actually allowed a Qi and Blood Realm 6th stage cultivator to pluck 4 blood essence fruits right under their noses, which was equivalent to the sum of the 2 of them combined. That "let's rely on our own abilities" was like a huge slap to their faces, causing them to turn green, red, and white. They used their movement techniques and chased after him. Chunzong's understanding of the wind steps had deepened after reaching the refinement realm. The amount of Qi and blood essence he used to perform it was less than when he was at the perfection realm. Every step he took was lighter and more agile. and his speed had increased by at least 30%. In the past, with his Qi and Blood Realm level 6 cultivation, he could only perform the Perfection Realm Wind steps 7 to 8 times in a row. Now he could perform the Refinement Realm Wind steps at least 10 times. Moreover, the essence of the Wind steps was integrated into his normal speed. Even if he did not use Qi and Blood Essence, Chunzong's body was lighter and faster than before. Huang Biao and Xiao Wei burst into full speed. After all, their cultivation levels were higher than Chunzong's, so their speed was not slow at all. "Save me!" A voice rang out. It was Meng Yuancheng, who was running towards them. His face was pale, and he seemed to be injured. Behind him was the bloodthirsty iron scale beast. Seeing Chunzong, Meng Yuancheng's face was filled with hatred, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Meng Yuancheng and the bloodthirsty iron scale beast were in front of him, and the furious Huang Biao and Xiao Wei were behind him. Chunzong was in danger. Without hesitation, Chunzong took out a blood essence fruit and threw it to Xiao Wei and Huang Biao. With a flash of his sword, the blood essence fruit was split into two. A strong smell of blood, mixed with a sweet fragrance, permeated the air. Huang Biao and Xiao Wei instinctively reached out to grab it. Even if it was only half a fruit, it would still bring them some benefits after consuming it. Without any hesitation, the two of them directly swallowed half of the blood essence fruit. Otherwise, the blood essence fruit would be quickly lost and become useless. However, the bloodthirsty iron scale beast directly gave up on Meng Yuancheng and charged towards Huang Biao and Xiao Wei. Although its brain wasn't very good, it could clearly see that the two of them had swallowed the blood essence fruit, which was its own. Huang Biao and Xiao Wei's expressions changed greatly. They quickly attacked the bloodthirsty iron scale beast with their swords. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong got away. Meng Yuancheng's sword flashed in front of his eyes. It was extremely sharp, giving Chunzong the feeling that it could even pierce through steel. "Get lost!" With a low shout, Chunzong swung his long sword. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. A terrible force exploded, directly shattering the sword light. Then, he used his left hand to press hard on Meng Yuancheng's chest. The perfection stage of Lesser Dragon Subduing Hand. Overbearing, fierce, and powerful. His palm shot out like a dragon's roar, which made the already injured Meng Yuancheng's spirit waver. Unable to resist, Meng Yuancheng's body swayed and retreated. He sat down on his butt. His face became even paler, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Like a gust of wind, he rushed in front of Meng Yuancheng. Just as he was about to force him to take out the blood essence fruit, Huang Biao and Xiao Wei went around the bloodthirsty iron scale beast and chased after him. Chunzong could only give up and use the wind stepping steps again. The bloodthirsty iron scale beast was even more furious. It almost spat out fire and chased after the two. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly left. "Chunzong, you and I are irreconcilable." Xiao Wei and Huang Biao's angry roars came from afar. Rushing out of the dark blood mountain, Chunzong let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not relax and continued to move forward at high speed. Only when he was far enough away did he stop to take a rest. He took energy pills and beast blood pills to recover his strength. Energy pills were fine, but beast blood pills were not for cultivation. If he only wanted to recover his strength, he should not take too many of them. Taking too many would leave behind impurities in his body that were difficult to remove. However, in comparison, Chunzong did not have this concern. The higher the level of the cultivation method, the stronger its ability to remove impurities. The true sword heavenly skill, which was above the human level, had an unquestionable ability to remove impurities. With the combination of the cultivation method and beast blood pills, it did not take long for his strength to be completely restored. Exhaling, Chunzong was filled with joy. 3 blood essence fruits. Deducting 1 from the submission, the other 2 are mine. Chunzong muttered to himself with a smile on his face. The grade 7 blood essence fruit contained the pure power of blood essence. It had a great effect on one's vitality. If he consumed and refined it, his cultivation would definitely improve significantly. 2 blood essence fruits. Even if I can't break through to Chi Blood Realm level 7, I'll probably be able to reach the peak of Chi Blood Realm level 6. When that time comes, I'll enter the boiling blood pool to cultivate. Maybe I'll be able to break through to level 7, Chunzong thought to himself. Chi Blood Realm level 7 and level 6 were 2 different concepts. The increase in strength was no longer 500 kilograms, but 2,000 kilograms. Chunzong pondered. If his cultivation reached Chi Blood Realm level 7, he estimated that he would be able to fight a Chi Blood Realm level 8 head-on without relying on anything else. It would undoubtedly be a significant improvement. Chapter 79. Sorry, I'm late for the second watch. Chunzong, if I, Xiao Wei, don't take revenge for today, I swear I'm not a man. Xiao Wei roared as he ran down the mountain covered in blood. Behind him, Huang Biao carried Meng Yuanchong and ran quickly. His face was pale, as if he had used up a lot of energy and was badly injured. The dark blood mountain was eerily quiet, as if it was shrouded in the shadow of a great battle. The atmosphere was depressing. Chunzong entered the dark blood mountain again and immediately sensed that the atmosphere was different from before. Along the way, he didn't see any demonic beasts. Gradually, Chunzong found many messy marks on the ground. They were very new and were obviously new. The battle was fierce. Chunzong carefully identified the messy marks on the ground. I wonder if both sides were badly injured. Soon, Chunzong saw the scorpion tail he threw on the ground. It wasn't damaged. He was lucky. Moving forward, Chunzong saw a strong figure leaning against the blood essence fruit tree. For some reason, he felt like a hero past his prime. There was a meter-long wound on the bloodthirsty iron scale beast's body. It cut open its iron scales and blood flowed out, dyeing half of its body red. There were more than a dozen small wounds and blood was also oozing out. It seemed to be badly injured. However, the most serious one should be the knife that was stuck in its left eye. Only the handle was left. With just a glance, Chunzong recognized that it was the knife in Xiao Wei's hand. If that knife was a bit longer, it might have been fatal, Chunzong thought. As for Xiao Wei and the other two, Chunzong didn't find any trace of them. They were probably still alive and had escaped. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong's eyes became hot. A seriously injured level 2 middle-rank demonic beast and a rare bloodthirsty iron scale beast. Its iron scales, 2 tusks and claws, as well as its fiery red mane and tail, were all very valuable. Kill! Chunzong's eyes became resolute and cold. Using the wind-stepping steps, he rushed towards the bloodthirsty iron scale beast at an extremely fast, light, and agile speed. Sensing Chunzong's approach, the bloodthirsty iron scale beast stood up, but its hind leg trembled uncontrollably. The wound on its leg split open and blood gushed out. Roar! The bloodthirsty iron scale beast's roar was filled with anger and impatience. It charged towards Chunzong with all its might. He drew his sword. The sword light was swift and fierce, like a bolt of lightning as it flashed through the sky, transforming into a speck of starlight that directly struck the hilt of the left eye, causing the short blade to tremble and seem to have pierced a little deeper. The intense pain caused the bloodthirsty iron scale beast's entire body to tremble violently, and its charging momentum unconsciously stopped. Solitary star emerges. The sword glowed brilliantly and turned into a lonely star that descended into the world. When the lone star dimmed and disappeared, the long sword had already pierced into the right eye of the bloodthirsty iron scale beast. Chunzong's body flew up like the wind and landed on the head of the bloodthirsty iron scale beast. He exerted strength on his feet and held the sword hilt with both hands. He kept stabbing the sword deeper and deeper until only the hilt was left. The bloodthirsty iron scale beast struggled madly. The stones around were trampled and shattered, and the dead would turn into powder. Chunzong stood in the distance and watched. He was secretly speechless. This destructive power was really too strong. After a while, the bloodthirsty iron scale beast finally fell to the ground. The sword directly pierced through its right eye and through its forehead. It struggled for a moment, but it couldn't be more dead. He pulled out the long sword and put it back into the sheath. Then he pulled out the short blade and cut along the wound, dissecting the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast. I wonder if this bloodthirsty iron-scale beast has condensed an inner core? Shenzong suddenly thought. The physique of a LV2 demonic beast was more powerful, and its chi and blood were more shockingly vigorous. There is a certain possibility that it could condense an inner core, which was its essence. A LV2 demonic beast that could condense an inner core was usually stronger than other demonic beasts of the same level. This bloodthirsty iron-scale beast was relatively rare, and its strength was very strong. There was not much difference between it and an ordinary LV2 upper-rank demonic beast. Maybe it could condense an inner core. With a glimmer of hope, Shenzong cut open the bloodthirsty iron-scale beast body and dug out an egg-sized ball near its heart. Haha, there really is an inner core. Shenzong's face was full of joy. He carefully wiped off the blood on the surface of the inner core. This inner core was a little flexible, like a rubber ball. It was red all over and emitted a violent chi and blood fluctuation. This was the blood essence and inner core that could only be condensed in a demonic beast body. If it was a demonic beast, it could be swallowed directly, and it would be greatly beneficial to the body. However, once a warrior swallowed it directly, the violent power contained in it would destroy his chi and blood. In serious cases, his body would explode. However, after many years of research, some methods have been found. For example, refining the inner core into a pill. However, it required a very high level of attainment in alchemy, and it also required various high-grade herbs to remove impurities and neutralize the medicinal properties. This was the best method. The second method was to soak the inner core in hard liquor. After 49 days, the blood essence and inner core would dissolve into the hard liquor and become blood essence pill wine. In terms of the initial investment, it was much easier and cheaper than refining into a pill. In terms of medicinal properties, it was not inferior at all. The only drawback was that the violent power still existed, but it was diluted and had to be endured by the body. Generally speaking, a Chi and Blood Realm Level 7 practitioner and Immortal LV upper rank technique will be able to endure and dissolve the violent power. After putting away the inner core, Shenzong quickly left with the dissected bloodthirsty iron-scale beast materials and the scorpion tail. The smell of blood here was too strong. If he stayed for too long, he might attract more demonic beasts. Huang Biao, Xiao Wei, and Ming Yuanchong are still alive. They'll probably come for me. Shenzong thought to himself as he hurried. Why don't I stay here for now and find a safer place to refine the 2 blood essence fruits and improve my cultivation as much as possible. It's best if I can reach Qi in Blood Realm Level 7. I'll go back when I'm almost done cultivating in the boiling blood pool. After making up his mind, Shenzong headed to the sea-viewing cliff. The environment there was very good, and he was very satisfied. The cliff faced the sea of clouds. The wind blew and the clouds surged, changing constantly. A figure danced with a sword. The sword light flashed, sometimes gentle, sometimes sharp, sometimes slow, and sometimes fast. Every battle, life and death, was a form of sharpening. Like a whetstone, Shenzong's control of the sword and understanding of sword techniques improved time and time again. Now, the sword he swung was no longer limited to the residual shadow sword technique, whisking willow sword technique, eagle strike sword technique, or thunderbolt sword technique. Only the 8 forms of the true sword still gave Shenzong a feeling that there was still potential to be unearthed even though he had reached the imperceptible realm. In other words, the profoundness of the 4 foundation building sword techniques matched some of the profoundness of the 8 forms of the true sword. Sheathing his sword, Shenzong exhaled a breath, which was as white as mist. Returning to the small cave in the mountain wall, Shenzong took out a blood essence fruit and examined it carefully. The blood essence fruit was very soft and a little elastic. It had a thin layer of skin on the outside and a bright red, soft flesh on the inside that was rich in juice. He bit into it, and his mouth was filled with a strange taste. It tasted like blood, but it was not fishy. On the contrary, it was slightly fragrant. After swallowing it, Chunzong immediately cultivated the true sword heavenly supreme skill. His chi and blood were like swords, and traces of a sharp aura spread out from his body. The cultivation speed of the third stage of the true sword heavenly supreme skill was astonishing. The power of the blood essence fruit quickly spread throughout his body and merged into his chi and blood. It was quickly refined, and Chunzong could clearly feel that the chi and blood in his body were rapidly becoming more abundant. His chi and blood were like tides crashing in circles and constantly rising. After an hour, the blood essence fruit was completely refined. The absorption rate was amazing. After taking pills or herbs, the human body would have an absorption process and ratio. Some people absorb more, while others absorb less. Apart from the body, it was also related to the cultivation method. The more advanced the cultivation method, the higher the absorption rate. After being modified by the mysterious sword point, Chunzong's body's absorption rate was already very high. It was even higher than the true sword heavenly supreme skill of the human realm. There was no doubt about its absorption rate. With the combination of the two, it almost reached 100% without any wastage. Great! One blood essence fruit has saved me at least 1.5 months of cultivation time. Chunzong was very happy. 1.5 months referred to the 1.5 months of cultivation time of the true sword heavenly supreme skill. Unfortunately, if the blood essence fruit was refined into pills with other herbs, the effect would be much better. The problem was that it would take a lot of investment and time. At this time, Chunzong wanted to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Only by improving his cultivation and strength could he better protect himself, make more money, and harvest other treasures. One was short-term benefit, and the other was long-term benefit. How to choose depends on the situation. With his chi and blood flowing like tides, and full of strength, Chunzong walked out of the small cave, faced the sea of clouds, and practiced his sword again. The next day, the sun rose, and the golden light shone. The sea of clouds was dyed with a layer of light, and under the sea of clouds, there were shadows everywhere. Chunzong was inexplicably touched, and could not help but think of the sky light and cloud shadow sword technique. After careful comparison, it seemed that there was still room for improvement. The light of the sun was shining, and it was separated in the sea of clouds, and then gathered under the sea of clouds, forming a strange scene. It also made Chunzong think of the diffraction swordsmanship's diffraction shadow and shadowless diffraction. All kinds of enlightenment came to his mind. For a moment, the connection between the diffraction swordsmanship and the skylight and cloud shadow sword technique became clear. Both are inseparable from light and shadow. Chunzong murmured to himself. His eyes were confused at first, but the reflection of the sun and the sea of clouds gradually became clear. The sword rose, and the sky light and the cloud shadow intertwined and disappeared. A sword mark was cut, and clearly left on the mountain wall. I only used 10% of my physical strength and chi and blood for this sword, but the power is more than 5% higher than before, and the sword is also faster. Chunzong's eyes brightened, and he vaguely felt that he seemed to have found the right direction to improve the skylight and cloud shadow sword technique. He repeatedly comprehended the diffraction swordsmanship and the skylight and cloud shadow sword technique, and integrated the essence of the diffraction swordsmanship into the skylight and cloud shadow sword technique bit by bit, so the power of the skylight and cloud shadow sword technique increased little by little. He took out the second blood essence fruit and ate it. His mouth was full of a fishy smell, and he swallowed it, and it began to heat up. Activating the true Sword Heaven Supreme skill, Chunzong's blood and chi were like swords, emitting a sharp aura. The blood essence fruit was quickly refined and absorbed, and the power of blood and chi flowed like waves. Chunzong's skin turned red. His entire body was red, and steam rose up in spirals. An hour later, The blood essence fruit was completely absorbed again. Shenzong exhaled and opened his eyes, which flashed with light. Chapter 80. Thank you very much for your support. Fist salute. The mountain wind roared, the sea of clouds rolled, and the light and shadow became chaotic. Shenzong unsheathed his sword. The sword blazed and spread in all directions. The light and shadow disappeared. The sword was already in its scabbard, as if it had never been pulled out. The mountain wall in front of him was like tofu. A new sword mark was added. Both the beginning and the end were sharp. With the same energy consumption, the power of the Sky Light Cloud Shadow sword has increased by at least 10%. Shenzong said happily. The Sky Light Cloud Shadow sword was undoubtedly the strongest sword art he had mastered. It was a killer move, but he couldn't figure it out before. Now that he had comprehended it, he integrated the essence of Spectral Sword into it and increased it by 10%. 10% didn't sound strong, but the actual effect was obvious. In a fight between martial practitioners, a difference of 1% was enough to determine life and death. He unsheathed his sword. The sword gleamed brightly like starlight. It was as if a lonely star had appeared and descended into the world. When it dissipated, a new sword hole 3 inches deep appeared on the mountain wall. The mountain wall had been exposed to wind and rain for many years, so it was quite hard. To be able to pierce 3 inches deep with a sword, its power was amazing. Are you a disciple of Seven Lights Martial Academy's glorious sword hall? Suddenly, a gentle voice came. Shenzong looked back vigilantly. He didn't know when, but a man was standing a dozen meters behind him. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His appearance was very ordinary, but his eyes were unforgettable. They were bright like an unsheathed sword, deep like the ocean. He was dressed in a white robe and had a graceful bearing. He had a long sword at his waist, as if it was a decoration, just like the ancient scholars who liked to wear swords. But if someone really thought so, they would die. Shenzong keenly noticed that the man's hair and clothes didn't flutter in the slightest when a mountain wind blew. It was as if they were still. The man was clearly standing there, but he gave off an illusory feeling, like the unpredictable changes of the clouds in the sky. Shenzong was extremely vigilant. He stared at the man with sharp eyes. He might not be a match for him, but he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. What's your name? The middle-aged man spoke again. His gentle voice seemed to contain a soothing power without the slightest malice. It made Shenzong's sense of urgency gradually relax. Shenzong's voice was serious. Your swordsmanship is not bad. The middle-aged man didn't seem to notice the vigilance in Shenzong's eyes. He smiled faintly and disappeared as if he had never been there. How strange. Shenzong couldn't help but shake his head. His face was full of doubt. It felt unreal, but he was sure that someone had appeared in front of him and talked to him just now. Training force? I don't think so. Could he be in the real martial arts realm? Shenzong couldn't help but gasp at the thought. He had received the inheritance of the dragon's subduing spiritual master, so he knew about the existence of the true martial realm. However, this was the first time he had seen a living, true martial realm warrior. He shook his head. The true martial realm was still too far away. After refining the 2 blood essence fruits, my cultivation has reached the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 6. The power of the Heaven Light Cloud Shadow Sword has increased by 10%, and the first layer of the Lone Star Sword technique has reached lesser mastery. My overall strength has improved a little. Carrying the scorpion tail and the bloodthirsty iron-scaled bee scales, fangs, and claws, Shenzong quickly descended the mountain. He had been on a mountain for a few days, and tomorrow would be his turn to enter the boiling blood pool. He could use the pool's power to break through to Qi and Blood Realm level 7. When he stepped into the illuminating sword hall, it was already late. There's a true martial realm. Also, practicing the sword, teaching martial arts. Someone walked by in the distance, and the sound of their conversation was intermittent. Shenzong fell into deep thought as he overheard the conversation. He went straight to the pavilion of 100 affairs and handed in the 10 scorpion tails and 1 blood essence fruit. After that, He obtained the certificate and sold the 6 scorpion tails, some herbs, and the bloodthirsty iron-scaled beast materials. The Pavilion of 100 Affairs was responsible for many things. Not only were there missions, but there were also the purchase of herbs and demonic beast materials. In the end, Chunzong received more than 10,000 white jade coins. Most of them came from the bloodthirsty iron-scaled beast materials. If it weren't for the obvious damage to the beast's scales, its value would have been even higher. At this point, he had completed the White Jade Mountain's punishment. The rest had nothing to do with him. He bought a jug of 5 kilograms of strong liquor and returned to the courtyard. He threw the blood essence and inner core into the jug and sealed it well. After 49 days, he could open the jug and drink it. He left the courtyard and headed to the dining hall. Isn't that Chunzong? I can't believe he came back alive. I guess he ran back with his tail between his legs. Every disciple of the Bright Sword Hall knew that Chunzong was punished by Yushan and had to give him 10 scorpion tails and 1 blood essence fruit. Seeing Chunzong disappear and then reappear again in perfect condition, they were all guessing. Ignoring them, Chunzong went to the 9th courtyard to look for Chun Chuyun after dinner. However, Chun Chuyun was not there. In the 88th courtyard, after a short rest, Chunzong started to practice his sword. He actually completed the punishment mission. After receiving the news, Yushan was very surprised. His eyes narrowed as a trace of light flashed through them. Thinking that Chunzong had not only reached the level of 1 sword 4 transformations, but also reached the beginner level of the Lone Star sword technique in just 10 days, Yushan felt an indescribable jealousy in his heart. He still didn't know that Chunzong's sword technique had actually reached the level of 1 sword 5 transformations. His Lone Star sword technique had also reached the beginner level of the Lone Star sword technique. Otherwise, who knew if he would have directly charged into the 88th courtyard with his sword in hand? Cousin, Bai Zhongping didn't come back. Bai Yulo said directly after finding him. Bai Yushan was confused. After knowing the cause and effect, Bai Yushan said firmly, Chunzong is indeed quite strong, but he can't be Zhongping's opponent. One was at the 6th stage of the Qi Blood Realm, while the other was at the 8th stage of the Qi Blood Realm. The gap between them was very obvious. No matter how good Chunzong's sword technique was, it was impossible for him to overcome such a gap. I think so too, but I feel a little uneasy, Bai Yulo said and shook his head. Maybe Bai Zhongping didn't find Chunzong. After practicing his sword, he rested and honed his spirit. When the sky brightened, Chunzong sheathed his sword and left the courtyard. He first went to the cafeteria for breakfast, then quickly went to the Octagonal Circle Dojo. There were 8 paths in the Octagonal Circle Dojo. 7 of them led to the 7 halls, and the 8th led to the Boiling Blood Pool, Mechanism Building, and other places. The Boiling Blood Pool opened once a day, from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening. There was a total of 12 hours, enough for 12 people to cultivate. If one couldn't enter before the time was up, then naturally the martial practitioners wouldn't come here to waste their time. Fortunately, the Seven Lights Martial Academy had a rule that no one was allowed to challenge the Boiling Blood Pool the day before they entered. Otherwise, there would probably be a lot of people preparing to challenge and replace their spots at the Octagonal Circle Dojo right now. After walking for about 10 minutes along the curved gravel path, Chunzong saw a road sign pointing to the left. It said Boiling Blood Pool, and the front pointed to the Seven Lights Hall. It would only open when there was a major event, and the right led to the Mechanism Building. I heard that there are iron men and copper men in the Mechanism Building. I wonder what they look like. Chunzong was a little curious, but the Mechanism Building would only open occasionally, and he wouldn't be able to enter before it opened. After walking for about a few minutes, Chunzong saw a huge stone house. It was bluish-gray in color and round in shape. The top of the house looked like a big inverted bowl. The 12 people had all arrived at the Boiling Blood Pool. Some of them knew each other and chatted with each other, while some of them were strangers and ignored each other. Do you know why the Boiling Blood Pool is only open for 12 hours a day? A Martial Yao Hall 8th-stage Qi and Blood Realm disciple asked the 2 Qi and Blood Realm 7th-stage disciples beside him as if he was showing off. "Please enlighten us, senior brother." The two people were very respectful. Once the boiling blood pool is opened, it will constantly emit pure blood energy. When we enter it, we absorb the pure blood energy to cultivate. When it's closed for 12 hours, we'll be creating pure blood energy. The Chi and Blood Realm Level 8 cultivator nodded in satisfaction as he spoke in a rather boastful tone. "Then may I ask, senior brother, how does the boiling blood pool create pure blood energy?" One of the people beside him couldn't help but ask with a face full of curiosity. Chunzong was actually very curious as well. After all, he felt that the boiling blood pool was very magical. It's enough to know that there are benefits to cultivating in the boiling blood pool. "Why are you asking so many questions?" The Chi and Blood Realm 8th stage disciple's expression froze. Immediately after, he scolded a little angrily because he also didn't know how the boiling blood pool created pure blood energy. After being scolded, no one asked any more questions. They instantly became silent and waited for the time to come. At 8 o'clock, the stone room's door opened on time. The 12 people entered in a single file. "Hand over your ranking wooden tablets," said the boiling blood pool administrator beside the door. He was dressed in a short brown robe. The 12 people took out their ranking wooden tablets and handed them over to the administrator. "Remember, after you enter, don't run around. Each of you will choose a cultivation room. You're not allowed to make a ruckus or fight. Violators will be disqualified and will not be allowed to enter the boiling blood pool for a year." The administrator's voice was very rough and his tone was very harsh. He seemed to be in a bad mood, but no one paid any attention to him. Walking into the stone room, Chunzong could see that in the middle of the room was a transparent crystal. Inside the crystal was a pool of blood-red water about 5 meters in diameter. It was very viscous, boiling like lava. Blood-red bubbles appeared one after another. After the bubbles burst, red mist filled the air and spread in all directions. Surrounding the blood pool were 12 small cultivation rooms. Each person chose a room to enter and sat cross-legged on a futon woven from silver thread grass. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong could smell traces of blood entering his nostrils. His chi and blood seemed to be summoned and became restless. "Guru, guru." The sound of blood bubbles continued, seemingly with a strange rhythm. His whole body felt warm, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. It was very comfortable, making him want to lie down and have a good sleep. "I really don't know how this pure blood energy is created. It can't just appear out of thin air, right?" Chunzong whispered to himself. "I heard that this boiling blood pool has existed for hundreds of years. Even if it could be created by itself, it would still be consumed. It's really amazing that it's still here after so many years." Then he shook his head. "I'm here to cultivate, not to explore the secrets of the boiling blood pool." Then he got rid of all distracting thoughts and focused on himself. He started to operate the True Sword Sky skill. The third level of the True Sword Sky skill could not only increase the power of the sword and sword arts by 20%, but also increase the cultivation speed and recovery speed by 35%. It was very amazing. Suddenly, a large amount of pure blood energy spread towards Chunzong. Chapter 81. What happened? The warden in charge of the boiling blood pool scanned the boiling blood pool behind the transparent crystal wall as usual. He immediately realized that almost 20% of the pure blood chi had drifted to the same cultivation room. This had never happened in the past few years. He had been in charge of the boiling blood pool. The boiling blood pool's pure blood chi would naturally diffuse and be attracted by the 12 cultivators. Even if the level of the cultivation technique and the individual's cultivation base had an effect on the absorption of the pure blood chi, it would not be as great as now. This meant that one of the 12 people would monopolize 20% of the pure blood chi. The warden could not help but be curious. Which one of the 12 disciples was in that cultivation room? Chunzong circulated the True Sword Heaven Supreme skill with all his might. A large amount of pure blood chi was attracted and poured into the cultivation room. The red blood chi enveloped his entire body and seeped into his body through his mouth, nose, and every pore on his body, refining his qi and blood. At the sixth stage of the qi and blood realm, one's qi and blood were abundant to the extreme. It swept through the body like a tidal wave, wave after wave. As the pure blood qi was refined, it rose steadily and the waves were endless. The aura on his body fluctuated like a tidal wave. Gradually, it showed signs of breaking through the limit. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Shenzong's body went crazy like a dry sponge. Refine, refine, refine. The true Sword Heaven Supreme skill's third stage was circulated to the extreme. His qi and blood were like swords, causing Shenzong to feel a slight pain as if a sharp object was piercing through his body. The gap between the peak of the sixth stage and the seventh stage of the qi and blood realm was more than double the gap between the sixth stage and the fifth stage of the qi and blood realm. It was more difficult to break through because it required more qi and blood. This was considered a small bottleneck in cultivation. It seemed like a thin line, but in reality, it required time and again refining one's qi and blood. The boiling blood pool's pure blood qi shortened this process. Time flew by. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours had passed. Shenzong's qi and blood had reached the peak of the sixth stage of the qi and blood realm. This was the true limit. He could not increase it any further and could only break through. The seventh level of the qi and blood realm, also known as the minor circulatory cycle, allowed one's qi and blood to circulate naturally within the body, in other words, within the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Under this circulation, it would subtly strengthen the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. In the cultivation of the blood qi realm, the first to third levels were the foundation. It mainly trained the body's muscles. Other than training the muscles, the fourth to sixth levels would further temper the tendons and bones. It would make the martial artist's body stronger and more resilient, allowing them to withstand greater bursts of strength. One had to know that the amplification and outburst of vitality force would first have to bear the burden of one's own body. If one was not strong enough, it would only cause harm to oneself. At the seventh stage of the qi and blood realm, the tempering of the muscles and bones was basically complete. Then they would move on to the deeper parts of the body, which were the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were very soft and fragile. A slightly stronger blow would directly shatter them. However, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were very important to the human body. They were not like the bones. Even if they were injured, they would not be fatal. After forming the minor circulatory cycle, the qi and blood would naturally temper the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It was very slow and usually required a considerable amount of time before there would be any progress. However, if one took the initiative to cultivate, the speed would be much faster. Shenzong's qi and blood had reached the pinnacle of the 6th stage of the qi and blood realm. Relying on his extraordinary willpower, he controlled the qi and blood that was as sharp as a sword and gradually circulated it around the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. This was his first attempt, so he should not be too fast. It flowed slowly like a small stream. Even so, Shenzong felt waves of intense pain. The qi and blood of the 3rd level of the true Sword Heaven Supreme skill was like a sword. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels had not been tempered and were very fragile. This feeling was like a sword cutting through the bowels. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand it. The pure qi and blood continued to seep in and repair the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It was cool and a little warm. It was very comfortable. After the qi and blood flowed through the minor circulatory cycle, Shenzong felt that his viscera seemed to be a little tougher. It was still not enough. He had to continue to circulate the qi and blood until it could automatically form a minor circulatory cycle. Over and over again, Shenzong had to endure the pain of being cut by a sharp sword every time. However, as he went through it again and again, the pain lessened little by little. This meant that his viscera were becoming more flexible and resilient, and his endurance was increasing. When the conditions were right, the qi and blood naturally formed a minor circulatory cycle. Suddenly, a huge suction force erupted from Chunzong's body and sucked in all the pure qi and blood around him. Qi and blood realm level 7. At this moment, there was still more than 5 hours before the boiling blood pool closed. Chunzong did not stop and continued to cultivate in one go, striving to increase his cultivation level. The power of the true Sword Heaven Supreme skill was on full display. After the breakthrough in cultivation, the body's capacity for the qi and blood had reached a new height, allowing him to refine even more pure qi and blood. After more than 5 hours, the boiling blood pool quieted down and no more pure qi and blood appeared. Come out, come out. All of you come out. The deacon's rough voice rang out in every cultivation room. Chunzong sensed it carefully. Not only had his cultivation level broken through to the 7th stage of the qi and blood realm, but he had also reached the peak of the early stage of the qi and blood realm. This was comparable to 1 or 2 months of cultivation. If I can stay here for a few days, I might be able to cultivate to the 8th stage of the qi and blood realm. Chunzong thought to himself. However, he felt that he was being too greedy. It was not bad to be able to break through to the 7th stage of the qi and blood realm and even reach the peak of the early stage of the qi and blood realm. Unfortunately, the next time he entered, he would have to wait until the current ranking had ended before he could apply for a ranking again. It would probably take a long time. After walking out of the cultivation room and the boiling blood pool stone room, Chunzong walked back along the small path. The qi and blood realm at the 6th stage of the qi and blood realm are twice as strong as those at the 5th stage of the qi and blood realm. However, the qi and blood realm at the 7th stage of the qi and blood realm are twice as strong as those at the 6th stage of the qi and blood realm. The body's recovery speed is also doubled, and the internal organs are tougher. His internal organs have been honed. Although it did not directly increase his strength, it could better withstand the impact of force and some toxins. Even if he suffered internal injuries, he could recover faster and greatly increase his survivability. The progress of the 3rd stage of the True Sword Heavenly skill has also improved by a lot. It could be said that the improvement in his cultivation in the boiling blood pool was very obvious. Chunzong was not sure how strong he was now. Although it was the same cultivation breakthrough, some martial artist strength improvement was average while some martial artist improvement was obvious. The difference was in the control and application of strength. Brilliant martial artists could better and more accurately use their strength, reduce wastage, and become stronger. Chunzong was such a person. Every increase in his cultivation brought about a significant increase in his strength. No matter what, it should be difficult to find a match among the 7th stage of the qi and blood realm. Ordinary 8th stage martial artists can at least fight head-on without using the Heaven Light and Cloud Shadow Sword. Next, I have to make the best use of my time to cultivate and strive to improve my cultivation base in sword art. It would be best if I could complete the first layer of the body tempering technique. Once the blood essence pill wine is completed, my cultivation base will improve even faster. Thinking of this, Chunzong's lips curled into a smile. As expected, his decision to enter the 7 Luminaries Martial Arts Academy as soon as possible was correct. If he had stayed in the Chan Clan Hall in Wind Martial City, his cultivation would have reached the 6th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm at most. He would have fallen behind imperceptibly. Martial artist cultivation was like this. Being one step ahead was an advantage. It meant that one could be ahead step by step in the future. If one was one step behind, it was very likely that one would be left behind by others, and the gap would only grow wider. After returning to courtyard number 88, Chunzong washed up and went to sleep after practicing his sword. Before dawn, Chunzong was already practicing his sword in the courtyard. The sword gleam was like the first rays of dawn cutting through the dusk, its trajectory clear. Ever since he had obtained the mysterious sword tip, his meridians had been cleansed, and his bones had been reborn. His entire being had been constantly affected by the mysterious sword tip, although the effects were very slight. As time passed, he continued to improve. Additionally, The increase in his cultivation base and the accumulation of martial arts knowledge allowed Chunzong's cultivation to progress even more smoothly. In the past, Chunzong had to spend an unknown amount of time to reach the initiation stage of a martial art like the Lone Star Sword style. Now it was different. He could reach the initiation stage in less than 10 days, and the speed of minor accomplishment was even faster. The difficulty of martial arts cultivation did not actually decrease. What had changed was Chunzong's comprehension ability and cultivation speed. For example, if a Chi refinement realm martial artist were to comprehend and cultivate a human-level martial art, it would naturally be very fast. If a true martial realm martial artist were to cultivate it, it would be even faster. After a period of cultivation, the Lone Star Sword style had improved slightly. When he was at the 6th stage of the Chi and Blood realm, he could perform the Lone Star Emergence at the initiation stage 10 times and the Solitary Star Emergence at the minor accomplishment stage 5 times. Now that his cultivation had reached the 7th stage of the Chi and Blood realm, his Chi and Blood energy had more than doubled, which was equivalent to 3 times his original strength. He could perform the Lone Star Emergence at the minor accomplishment stage 15 times. Taking into account his recovery speed, it was not impossible to perform at 16 or even 18 times if he grasped the rhythm well. The power of the Lone Star Emergence at the minor accomplishment stage was comparable to the traceless dispersion at the refinement stage, but the consumption was much lower. As the sun rose, Chunzong wiped the sweat off his forehead. Suddenly, a loud knock came from the door. "Who is it?" "Chunzong. Eldest senior brother wants to see you. Go to the sword cleaning hall immediately." The voice outside was not polite at all. "Bai Yushan is looking for me?" Chunzong frowned slightly. His intuition told him that Bai Yushan was not looking for him for anything good. However, he still had to go. The instructors of each hall basically did not care about anything unless it was an extremely important matter. Therefore, the eldest senior brother had a lot of power. Before he had enough strength to contend with him, it was not wise to fall out with him. Of course, everything had a limit and a bottom line. When he opened the door, a brilliant sword hall disciple was standing outside with a sneer on his face. His Chi and blood energy fluctuations told Chunzong that he was at the 7th stage of the Chi and blood realm. "Let's go." The person smiled coldly and urged him. Ignoring the other party, Chunzong locked the door and strode towards the sword cleaning hall. When Chunzong stepped into the sword cleaning hall, many gazes fell on him. 3 of them brought a strong mental pressure. Chunzong realized that other than Bai Yushan, there were many other brilliant sword hall disciples in the sword cleaning hall. There were also 6 other people present. Looking at their martial attire, they were not brilliant sword hall disciples. They were from brilliant blade hall, brilliant earth hall, and 1 from brilliant punishment hall. He even knew 3 of them. Chapter 82. Chunzong, do you admit to your crimes? Bai Yushan opened his mouth. His voice was cold and harsh, like the howling wind and the slashing of a sharp sword. Many people who were not strong enough immediately felt fear, and their legs went soft. "Eldest senior brother, may I ask what crimes I have committed?" Chunzong's neither servile nor overbearing attitude made Bai Yushan frown. The other 2 strangers showed a hint of appreciation in their eyes, while the other looked gloomy. "You took advantage of others and used despicable means to steal their treasures. That's your first crime. You deliberately set up a trap to harm others, causing them to be seriously injured. That's your second crime. Seriously damaging the reputation of the glorious sword clan is your third crime. You still refuse to admit to your crimes." Bai Yushan's voice was even colder. His eyes were like unsheathed swords, sharper than a human. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong. "Expel him from the glorious sword clan." Bai Yulo suddenly shouted, causing the Bai family disciples to echo. "Words have no proof. Do you think you can make a conclusion based on a few words from others? As the eldest senior brother, you are too incompetent." The cold voice was like a pool of autumn water. It was so cold that it made people tense up. Bai Yushan's expression was even uglier. The person who rebutted him was Chun Chuyan. The witness is the evidence. Looking at his cultivation, we could deduce. Bai Yushan's voice was firm. He stared sharply at Chunzong, giving him a sense of pressure. Chunzong, let me ask you. A few days ago, your cultivation was not even at the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 6. Now, you are already at Qi and Blood Realm level 7. Even if you entered the boiling blood pool to cultivate, it would be impossible for you to improve so quickly. The only explanation is that you have more than one blood essence fruit and consume 2 or 3 of them to raise your cultivation to the peak of Qi and Blood Realm level 6. Then, you use the boiling blood pool to break through to Qi and Blood Realm level 7. Am I right? Yes, but that's my business. Chunzong was neither fast nor slow. Li Jinshi and the others could not help but worry. The eldest senior brother had a very high status and had a lot of power. Chunzong's words were already directly contradicting him. In fact, Chunzong did not want to contradict Bai Yushan directly. However, he had a bottom line. Bai Yushan indiscriminately accused him and even wanted to convict him of 3 crimes. How could he accept it? The sword had a sharp edge. A swordsman could be humble, could keep a low profile, could give in for a moment, but could never lose his drive. When practicing the sword, one must strive for the straight in the crooked path. You used despicable means to snatch the blood essence fruit, while others were in danger. And now, you even dare to argue in front of everyone. This is the 4th crime. Bai Yushan's tone was extremely cold and harsh, like an invisible sword stabbing towards him. In the name of the brilliant Sword Hall's first senior brother, I punish you to be confined in a dark room for 6 days. Before that, you have to hand over the blood essence fruit that you obtained through despicable means and take out 100,000 white jade coins as an apology. Confinement in the dark room. 6 days. Bai Yushan, how dare you? Chen Chuyun's face was filled with killing intent. The new disciples were at a loss, while the older disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. The dark room was built by the Seven Lights Martial School as a place to punish disciples. Under normal circumstances, it was not easy to pass such a punishment because inside the dark room, one could not see or hear anything. Furthermore, there was no food or drink. It was as if one was abandoned by the world. 1 or 2 days might not be a big deal. A martial practitioner's mind and willpower were relatively strong and could persevere. However, 3 days was a test. There was once a Qi and Blood Realm 8th-stage martial practitioner who was punished to be confined in a dark room for 5 days. When he came out, he was absent-minded, his eyes were wild, and his mouth was full of nonsense. It took him more than a month to gradually recover. After that, his cultivation speed became even slower, and he was gradually left behind. One time, when he went out to carry out a mission, he died under the claws of a demon beast because his mind was absent-minded. There were quite a lot of similar examples, which made the Black Room confinement a synonym for horror. 6 days of confinement. This was going to destroy Chunzong. Moreover, he had to hand over the blood essence fruit and pay 100,000 white jade coins. It was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. In fact, Bai Yushan wanted to expel Chunzong from the glorious Sword Hall even more. Out of sight, out of mind. Unfortunately, although he had great power as the chief senior brother of the glorious Sword Hall, he did not have the power to expel a disciple, not even an instructor. Huang Biao and the others' expressions changed at first, but then they all revealed a smile of relief. As the chief senior brother of the glorious Sword Hall, my first priority is to protect the disciples of the hall. But you only listen to one side's words and punish me. Sister Yun is right. You are not qualified to be the chief senior brother. Chunzong said without any trace of politeness, each word sharp. Chunzong is right. Li Jinshi voiced his support. Although some of the new disciples did not say anything, the meaning conveyed from their eyes was the same. I'll make you accept it wholeheartedly. Killing intent surged in Bai Yushan's heart, but he did not show it on his face. After his gaze swept past Li Jinshi, he sneered, "Explain yourself." Huang Biao, Xiao Wei, Meng Yuanchong, When you saw that my cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm, you joined forces to plot against me. You tried to use me to attract the attention of the bloodthirsty iron-scaled beast so that you could pick the blood essence fruit. I proposed to share the harvest with you, but you said that it would depend on your own abilities. I didn't expect you to use me in secret. After I saw through you, you couldn't compete with me. You should have hidden away. I didn't expect you to be so despicable as to frame me. Should I say that you are shameless or shameless? Qinzong looked at Huang Biao and the other two and sneered. His words caused Huang Biao and the other two's expressions to change drastically. The glorious Sword Hall disciples were also suspicious. The glorious Disciplinary Hall disciples' expression was cold. The person standing beside Huang Biao and Meng Yuanchong frowned slightly and looked at Huang Biao and Meng Yuanchong with a questioning expression. Senior brother, he's lying. That's right. Huang Biao and Meng Yuanchong's expressions changed and immediately said. This time, they had asked the glorious Blade Hall's first senior brother to seek justice. They wanted to use his identity as their first senior brother. If they were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter who it was, they would not be willing to be used by others, especially when they were being used without knowing the truth. You said that your cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm. How did you snatch the blood essence fruit from the 3 of them and the bloodthirsty iron-scaled beast? The glorious Blade Hall's first senior brother, Su Zhantian's gaze, was as sharp as a blade. It swept past Huang Biao and Meng Yuanchong's faces and landed on Qinzong's face. Qinzong felt as if his face had been slashed by an invisible blade. My cultivation is not high, but my strength is not necessarily weak. Qinzong's expression did not change. Now that your cultivation has reached the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm, your strength should be even stronger. Since you were able to snatch the blood essence fruit from the 3 of them a few days ago, then today, you will fight the 3 of them alone. You don't need to defeat them, you just need to hold on for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The glorious Earth Hall's first senior brother Xiao Hongfu said, if you can do that, it will prove that what you said is right and you will not be punished. On the contrary, if you can't hold on, it will prove that you are wrong and the punishment you will receive will be even heavier. The glorious Discipline Hall's disciple did not speak, but his expression remained the same. Of course, there's also the bloodthirsty iron-scaled beast. I will play the role of the bloodthirsty iron-scaled beast. Chen Chuyun's voice was cold. He drew his long sword and walked over step by step. Rakshasa sword, Chen Chuyun. I know you, but this has nothing to do with you. Back off. Xiao Hongfu's face darkened. Sister Yun, trust me. Qinzong nodded at Chen Chuyun. His eyes were firm. Sister Yun's intention of playing the role of the bloodthirsty iron-scaled beast was to help him. Light the incense, Bai Yushan immediately said. Soon, a stick of incense was lit. Everyone stepped aside, leaving enough space for Qinzong and the other 3. Qinzong, I swore that day that I would fight you to the death. Xiao Wei's voice was filled with hatred as he held a pair of long and short swords in his hands. Qinzong, die. Meng Yuanchong said harshly. Qinzong, I will chop off your limbs. Huang Biao's face was filled with viciousness. Chen Chuyun's face was filled with killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to draw his sword and kill all 3 of them. Do you have the ability to do so? Qinzong's tone was indifferent. There was a trace of doubt in his voice, as if he was mocking them. Xiao Wei and the other 2 were enraged and immediately drew their swords. The long and short swords immediately turned into a whirlwind of killing intent. It was very swift and fierce, bringing with it a series of sharp whistling sounds. Meng Yuanchong's long and narrow cold sword pierced through like fangs, cruel and ruthless. Huang Biao held his machete with both hands, as if he was trying to split a huge rock. He mercilessly slashed at Qinzong, wanting to cut him in half. The 3 attacked mercilessly, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Li Jinshi and the others secretly broke out in cold sweat. Chen Chuyun even tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. If Qinzong was in danger, he would immediately draw his sword and attack. It just so happened that Chun Zong's cultivation had increased to the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm. His strength had greatly increased, and he wanted to find some opponents to test his current strength. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chun Zong did not want to show off too much, especially in front of Bai Yushan. He could feel that Bai Yushan was deliberately targeting him based on his identity as the first senior brother. It was probably related to Bai Yulo. He unsheathed his sword, and the sword's light seemed to illuminate the sword hall. His body swayed like a willow in the wind. His footsteps crisscrossed as if he was riding the wind. His body was light and agile. The sword's light and shadow crisscrossed as he struck 3 times with one sword. He took the opportunity to dodge the 3's joint attack. Your footwork is not bad. Su Zhantian nodded. After Chun Zong had cultivated the wind stepping steps to the minute's subtlety realm, his understanding of the wind stepping steps had deepened. He had also applied the essence of the wind stepping steps to his usual footwork, combining it with the footwork of the 8 forms of the true sword to make himself more agile. With the combination of footwork and sword, Chun Zong dodged the 3's attacks again and again, causing them to be unable to form an effective encirclement. The incense stick burned little by little as it became shorter and shorter. The 3 became more anxious, and their attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Chun Zong's swordsmanship was not limited to the afterimage swordsmanship, nor was it limited to the willow swordsmanship, nor was it limited to the eagle strike swordsmanship or the thunder flash swordsmanship. He was flexible, and sharp, aiming at the weaknesses of the 3's swordsmanship. The more Xiao Hongfu watched, the more gloomy his face became. Su Zhantian, on the other hand, had a bit of appreciation. Bai Yushan, on the other hand, was expressionless, but his heart was burning with killing intent. He focused on dodging, countering the attacks as they came. Every time it seemed like he was almost hit by the swords. It was very dangerous, but he was always able to avert the danger. It was as if he was dancing on the tip of a sword. Watching this, the disciples of the brilliant sword hall were very excited. They felt a kind of hair-raising thrill, and their hair stood on end. Bai Yulo's face was gloomy. He really hoped that Chun Zong would be killed. Even if he was not killed, he would be defeated and receive a heavier punishment. That would be very satisfying. Chapter 83. Mountain-splitting saber technique. Thunder-piercing saber technique. Minor reversal saber technique. The 3 of them unleashed their power of Qi and blood, mercilessly using their human-level martial arts. The mountain-splitting saber's radiance was so strong that it looked like a giant saber falling from the sky. Wherever the saber radiance went, people would feel like they were going to be split in half. The blade of the thunder-piercing saber technique seemed to emit a dazzling radiance, as if it carried traces of electricity. It made a buzzing sound that made people's scalp tingle. It pierced through the air and stabbed toward Chun Zong. Under the minor reversal saber technique, Xiao Wei's 2 sabers intertwined in a disorderly manner. It looked like they were going up and down to the left and right. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. The saber was extremely fast, bringing along gusts of wind as it cut madly, try to mince people into pieces. Xiao Wei had once used this move to cut a leaf into 10 pieces of the same size. The 3 sabers attacked from 3 sides, sealing off the surroundings, making it impossible for Chun Zong to dodge. The sword flashed, and the starlight seemed to appear from the void, descending into the world. The Lone Star Technique. The Lone Star Technique of the minor completion realm was born. The stars gradually became brighter and collided with the thunder-piercing saber technique, canceling each other out. Chun Zong swung his sword again. The sword radiance slashed diagonally, knocking away the long saber. He performed the minor dragon subduing hand and pressed it hard on Meng Yuanchong's chest. With a bang, Meng Yuanchong was sent flying backward. His face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He performed the wind stepping steps and rushed toward Meng Yuanchong as if he was blown by the wind, causing Huang Biao and Xiao Wei's saber radiance to miss. Meng Yuanchong quickly got up after rolling once. He was furious. He roared and swung his saber again, trying to kill Qinzong. The Lone Star technique of the minor completion realm. Chen Qiyun's eyes flashed with joy. Bai Yushan's eyes were full of haze. With a strike, the Lone Star technique appeared again. Meng Yuanchong was sent flying backward, his long saber falling to the side. Without Meng Yuanchong's attack, Xiao Wei and Huang Biao couldn't do anything to Qinzong. Dodge! 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 The incense sticks time is up, Li Zhenshi shouted loudly. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, the incense sticks time was up. Stop! Su Zhantian shouted. Huang Biao and Xiao Wei had no choice but to stop, but their eyes were red. They wanted nothing more than to skin Qinzong alive. Qinzong's gaze swept over Su Zhantian, Bai Yushan, and Xiao Hongfu as he spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner. You're just relying on your good movement technique to fight me head-on. Huang Biao roared again and again, but Qinzong ignored him. Su Zhantian frowned. His eyes were as cold as a knife, causing Huang Biao to involuntarily shiver, as if he was splashed with ice water. Trash! Xiao Hongfu glared at Xiao Wei. Let's go. Wait a minute. If I can't endure for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then I'll be severely punished. However, I've endured it. There's no reason for me to let it go like this. Qinzong spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner, but his tone was sharp as he looked at Bai Yushan. Eldest senior brother, others slandered a disciple of the glorious sword hall, causing a ruckus in public. This is equivalent to looking down on the glorious sword hall, seriously damaging the glorious sword hall's reputation. Do you want to uphold justice? This senior brother of the glorious sword hall, shouldn't you also uphold justice? Qinzong looked at the silent, glorious sword hall disciple. Bai Yushan's face turned ashen as if he had swallowed a fly. What could he say? Not upholding justice? Then, how would the glorious sword hall disciples view him? Wouldn't his prestige in the glorious sword hall be greatly reduced? If there's a mistake, then there's a punishment. The glorious sword hall disciple looked at Bai Yushan, Su Zhantian, and Xiao Hongfu as he spoke word by word, his voice cold and harsh. Sorry, I didn't investigate properly. Su Zhantian spoke, looking at Huang Biao and Meng Yuanchong, his voice cold and harsh. The two of you each compensate Qinzong 50,000 white jade coins as compensation. When you return, you'll be locked up in the dark room for 3 days. Huang Biao and Meng Yuanchong both trembled, their faces ashen. Taking out 50,000 white jade coins was like cutting off their flesh and being locked up in the dark room. Fortunately, it was only for 3 days. They could still endure it. Are you sure you dare to take it? Xiao Hongfu stared at Qinzong, his eyes gloomy. Why wouldn't I dare? Qinzong looked at him without fear. Very good, give it to him, Xiao Hongfu said to Xiao Wei. Even if the crowd dispersed, the song did not end. In the end, not only did the summons fail to punish Qinzong, but it also allowed him to be in the limelight and receive 150,000 white jade coins. Those who admired Qinzong even more, and those who hated Qinzong even more. Returning to the courtyard, Qinzong was in a good mood. When he practiced his sword, his blood qi seemed to be affected, becoming more active. Yushan, Huan Yun Swordsman's martial arts lecture, is in 5 days. Have you prepared the name list? The instructor of Glorious Sword Hall asked. Yes. Bai Yushan took out a piece of white paper with 30 names listed on it. The instructor took the paper and glanced at it, then looked at Bai Yushan. Why isn't Qinzong among the 10 new disciples? Glorious Sword Hall first knew about Qinzong when Xin, the instructor of Glorious Martial Hall, told him about him. After that, he paid attention to him intermittently. He did not know the details, but he vaguely knew that Qinzong was one of the more outstanding new disciples of Glorious Sword Hall. The Martial Arts Hall, the Martial Arts Hall, the Weapon Hall, the Sword Hall, and the Blade Hall each had 30 spots. Among them, the senior disciples had 20 spots, and the new disciples had 10 spots. The tutor felt that Chunzong should be able to get one of the 10 spots. Instructor, Chunzong is indeed very capable. Bai Yushan praised him first. But this person is arrogant and unruly. His methods are a little bad, and his temperament is not good. He even publicly contradicted Glorious Earth Hall's chief disciple, Xiao Hongfu, and Glorious Blade Hall's chief disciple, Su Zhantian. As the chief disciple of Glorious Sword Hall, I have the responsibility to guard him well. In that case, the name list is set. Send someone to inform the people on the list to gather at 7 Lights Hall at 9 o'clock sharp in the morning 5 days later. If you miss it, you will not be able to enter. The instructor nodded. He trusted Bai Yushan very much. Okay. After receiving the name list, a hint of joy flashed through Bai Yushan's eyes. He turned and left. If Chunzong was obedient, he would definitely get one of the 10 spots. Unfortunately, this person did not get along with him. As for Chen Shuyun, he had originally planned to exclude him, but after some thought, he could not. Chen Shuyun had been in Glorious Sword Hall for more than a year, and he himself was very outstanding. The instructor had a certain level of understanding of him. It would not be right if he excluded him. However, it was enough to exclude Chunzong. After listening to Huan Yun Swordsman's lecture, he might be able to comprehend something. If he cultivated in seclusion for a while, he might even be able to enter Heavenly Illumination Hall. The sword rose. The light was as bright as a star that stood alone in the world. The starlight dimmed and disappeared. There was another sword hole on the wooden stake. The cut was smooth. The lone star has come into being. I've improved again. Chunzong withdrew his sword and looked at the sword hole. Brother, did you receive the notice? Chen Shuyin stepped into the small courtyard and asked directly. What notice? Chunzong was confused. 5 days later, there will be a true martial realm expert, Huan Yun Swordsman, giving a public lecture in 7 Lights Hall. Each hall has a quota limit. Our Glorious Sword Hall has 30 spots. The senior disciples are divided into 20, and the new disciples are divided into 10. We will choose the best. You are unmatched among the new disciples. Chen Shuyun explained simply. True martial realm expert. Huan Yun Swordsman. Martial arts lecture. Chunzong couldn't help but gasp. He suddenly recalled the intermittent conversations he overheard when he returned to Glorious Sword Hall 2 days ago. It seemed to be related to this event. A true martial realm expert giving a martial arts lecture was a big deal. Even training force realm martial artists would scramble to attend. One must know that those who could cultivate to the true martial realm had an extremely deep accumulation of martial arts. Their understanding of martial arts and martial arts was also very deep and unique. Usually, a single sentence from them could allow one to comprehend a lot, especially when this true martial realm expert who was going to give a martial arts lecture was Huan Yun Swordsman. It was obvious that he was a swordsman. For a swordsman, the effect was even more obvious. If he could listen to a martial arts lecture, it might be of great help to him. Sister, I didn't receive the notice. Chunzong said honestly. It seems that Bai Yushan didn't give you a spot. Chen Chuyun frowned. It would be strange if he gave me a spot. Chunzong shook his head. Although he and Bai Yushan had yet to shed all pretenses of cordiality, they were already halfway there. Bai Yushan must surely hate him right now. How could he possibly give such a slot to him? Sister Yin, go and listen. Come back and tell me more. That's the only way. Chen Chuyun nodded. Although he wanted to fight for the spot, Bai Yushan wouldn't agree. It would be useless unless he sided with Bai Yushan, but that was impossible. Thinking about it, Chunzong was actually very unwilling. A true martial realm expert giving a martial arts lecture, and a swordsman at that, such an opportunity was very rare. If he missed it, he couldn't help but have an even bigger opinion of Bai Yushan. Forget it. I can't side with Bai Yushan. Chunzong shook his head and dispelled the unwillingness in his heart. He pulled out his sword and began to cultivate again. However, his swordsmanship wasn't as smooth as before. Chunzong knew that even if he said he didn't care, he would still be somewhat affected. He simply stopped cultivating and took out the small sword scripture to read carefully. He didn't know how many times he had flipped through the small sword scripture. Every word was engraved in his heart. But when he held the book and read it, it felt wonderful. Gradually, Shenzong's heart truly calmed down. That last trace of unwillingness also vanished like smoke into thin air. The blood essence elixir wine was still brewing. It was placed in the corner of the bedroom. Shenzong resumed his daily routine. He practiced swordsmanship, true sword heavenly supreme skill, body forging technique, and so on. His swordsmanship had slight improvements every day. It was great. However, the improvement of his cultivation base was very slow, even with the help of the scarlet blood pill. The difference between the 7th and 8th level of the Qi and Blood realm was very obvious. From the 7th level to the 8th level was the transition from the minor circulatory cycle to the major circulatory cycle. It required a gradual process. Even with the help of external forces, it couldn't be done overnight. Shenzong's progress in the first layer of the body tempering technique was also not bad. He could feel that his skin had become more resilient and elastic. Following that, his physique had also become slightly stronger. His stamina and endurance had also increased. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In the morning, Shenzong finished his swordsmanship practice. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun was shining brightly. It was about 8 or 9 o'clock. The true martial realm swordsman's lecture should be starting soon. I really want to go and listen. Shenzong couldn't help but think of this. His heart was filled with desire. Unfortunately, he was only a small disciple in the glorious sword hall. He didn't have much status or power. Chapter 84. The door to Seven Lights Hall opened, and waves of people filed in. Seven Lights Hall was very big, and it could easily accommodate more than 1,000 people. There was an octagonal platform in front of the door, and there was nothing on top of it. Martial Glory Hall disciples, please sit here. Martial Glory Hall disciples, please sit here. Martial Glory Hall disciples, please sit here. The eldest senior brothers of each hall began to speak, guiding the disciples of each hall to their respective seats. The disciples of Seven Lights Martial Academy's 7 halls arrived one after another. When 9 o'clock sharp arrived, a white figure instantly flew above the crowd like a white cloud and landed on the octagonal platform without a sound. It was light, elegant, and peerless. Senior Huan Yun, sorry to trouble you. Heavenly Light Hall's instructor quickly bowed and said respectfully, "Back then, I owed Seven Lights' spiritual master a favor. Today I have come to repay it." Huan Yun spoke with a gentle voice that made people feel very close to him. But when they tried to touch him, they realized that he was as far away as the clouds in the sky. Below, the disciples and instructors of the 7 halls all held their breaths. Their eyes were filled with passion, especially the disciples of Brilliant Sword Hall and other sword practitioners. Their hearts were racing. It was a swordsman. If a true martial realm expert who practiced the sword taught them martial arts, they might be able to soar into the sky with this. Huan Yin was dressed in a white robe and had a long sword at his waist. He looked like a scholar who was taking a stroll in spring. Although his face was very ordinary, his eyes were limpid and deep. But no one would think that he was a Confucian scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. Huan Yun's deep eyes swept across the crowd. It looked slow, but in reality, every face in Seven Lights Hall was clearly reflected in his eyes in an instant. Is Brilliant Sword Hall disciple Shenzong here? Huan Yun's first words stunned everyone. The instructors looked at each other, and on Brilliant Sword Hall's side, Bai Yushan, Bai Yulo, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were shocked. Did Brilliant Sword Hall not give Shenzong a spot? Martial Glory Hall's instructor Qin Xin couldn't help but ask the instructor of Brilliant Sword Hall in a low voice. Our first senior brother said that this person has a bad character, so he didn't give him a slot. The instructor of the Glorious Sword Hall smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that Huan Yin swordsman would know Shenzong? If Zhang Xian had known earlier, he would have asked Shenzong to come over regardless of whether the latter was immoral or not. Otherwise, if Illusory Cloud Swordsman was displeased, he might have canceled the martial arts lecture. Who is Shenzong? The instructors and many disciples of the other halls were puzzled. Just who was it that Huan Yun's swordsman remembered it? Could it be a descendant of Huan Yun's swordsman? Bai Yushan, hurry up and bring Chunzong here. The instructor from Brilliant Sword Hall immediately shouted at Bai Yushan. Bai Yushan almost vomited blood, but he had no choice but to agree immediately. He quickly got up and rushed out of Seven Lights Hall, heading straight for Sword Hall. Along the way, the more Bai Yushan thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. According to the qualifications, Chunzong could have gotten one of the 10 slots, but he had repeatedly contradicted and opposed him, so he wouldn't give him the slot no matter what. Everything was going so smoothly, but he didn't expect such a twist in the end. That was Huan Yun's swordsman, a very powerful martial artist in the true martial realm. Although the Bai family was a big family with many powerful martial artists, they might not be able to intimidate a powerful martial artist like Huan Yun's swordsman. If Chunzong was really related to Huan Yun's swordsman, then he would have to reconsider his attitude towards Chunzong. However, he was very unwilling and aggrieved in his heart. He was so upset that he almost vomited blood, especially when he didn't give Chunzong a slot. But in the end, he had to personally invite Chunzong. Chunzong had just finished practicing his sword art and was about to practice his body forging technique when someone knocked on the door. Junior brother Chunzong, please come to Seven Lights Hall quickly. Standing at the door, Bai Yushan tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said in a calm tone, "Why am I going to Seven Lights Hall?" Chunzong was puzzled. Even if his mind was clear, he couldn't understand what was going on for a moment. True martial realm expert Huan Yun's swordsman's martial arts lecture is about to begin in Seven Lights Hall. Junior brother Chunzong, please don't delay, Bai Yushan said, and purposely didn't mention anything else. I remember that I didn't get this slot. Chunzong had a vague guess, but he wasn't sure. Bai Yushan had come to him personally, so something must have happened. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Junior brother Chunzong, Huan Yun's swordsman personally called you out. If you delay any longer and he blames you, you won't be able to bear it. The corner of Bai Yushan's eyes twitched. He suddenly hated himself for purposely not giving Chunzong a slot and causing the current situation. But he hated Chunzong even more. Huan Yun's swordsman personally called me out. Chunzong was shocked this time. He was born in Small Lake Town, and there were no true martial realm experts even in Wind Martial City's clan. He hadn't heard of any great figures appearing among his ancestors either. Why would Huan Yun's swordsman personally call him out? He wasn't belittling himself, but it was a fact. Although he was puzzled, Chunzong didn't have the intention to continue teasing Bai Yushan. He immediately took his iron sword and left the small courtyard, swiftly heading towards Seven Lights Hall. Bai Yushan didn't say a word along the way. His face was gloomy. Chunzong didn't say a word either. He thought as he hurried, but he felt that his thoughts were in a mess, and he couldn't sort them out. When he stepped into Seven Lights Hall, countless gazes gathered on him. Chunzong felt even more pressured, especially when many of the gazes carried an extremely strong mental pressure. It was as if they wanted to see through all of his secrets, inside and out. Chunzong's gaze first fell on the tall, octagonal platform. When he saw the white-robed figure, he was shocked at first, but then he realized who it was. It's him, Chunzong muttered to himself. He vaguely understood why Huan Yun's swordsman would call him out. Wasn't this Huan Yun's swordsman the mysterious expert who appeared behind him a few days ago when he was practicing his sword at Sea Viewing Cliff? At that time, Huan Yun had asked him if he was a disciple of Bright Sword Hall, and also asked for his name. Huan Yun's swordsman didn't show any special reaction when he saw Chunzong. This made the people who were secretly observing even more puzzled. What was the relationship between Huan Yun's swordsman and that disciple called Chunzong? Chunzong moved his gaze away from Huan Yun's swordsman's face and quickly scanned his surroundings, taking in everything around him. There were 7 instructors, and all of them were in the Qi refining realm. Besides them, there was a group of dozens of Qi refining realm experts sitting at the front. There were only about 20 disciples of Bright Sky Hall who were dressed in martial attire of different colors and styles. Every one of them emitted a very strong blood chi fluctuation. As one of the 7 halls of the Seven Lights Martial Academy, Bright Sky Hall was the most powerful hall, but it also had the least number of disciples. Only those whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of the chi refining realm and whose strength had reached an astonishing level were qualified to enter Bright Sky Hall. For example, the current chief senior brothers of each hall were usually not strong enough to enter Bright Sky Hall. One could imagine how powerful the disciples of Bright Sky Hall were. Next was Bright Earth Hall, which was known as the hall where the elite disciples gathered. It also had many experts. Bright Discipline Hall was next. Bright Discipline Hall was not allowed to enter directly. One had to pass an assessment. The assessment was not only about one's cultivation, but also about one's ability to handle matters fairly and respectfully. Bright Discipline Hall didn't have many disciples, only about 20 of them. However, every one of them was at the 9th level of the chi refining realm. Regardless of whether it was Bright Sky Hall or Bright Discipline Hall, all the disciples were present. Bright Earth Hall had 50 disciples, while the other 4 halls had 30 disciples each. In addition to the instructors, deacons of the academy, and other dozens of chi refining realm experts, there were almost 300 disciples in total. Chun Zong retracted his gaze and found a seat among the disciples of Bright Sword Hall. Martial arts have the Tao. Practicing martial arts is seeking the Tao. Martial artists have to be tenacious, hardworking, and persevering. Huan Yun's swordsman began with a profound speech. It was like a general outline that confused everyone. However, they seemed to have understood something. However, after thinking about it carefully, they didn't understand anything. However, they felt as if they had been enlightened. It was very strange. It was as if their minds had been broadened. Huan Yun's swordsman's voice was calm and monotonous. However, it was as unpredictable as the clouds in the sky. It led everyone to be immersed in it unknowingly. It was hard for them to extricate themselves from it. Deep in the space between Chun Zong's eyebrows, the mysterious sword tip vibrated slightly. It made his mind clearer. He remembered every word that Huan Yun's swordsman said clearly. The rhythm and feeling were also captured. Therefore, Chun Zong's gains were greater than the others. It was comparable to many chi refining realm experts. When practicing the sword, there's a saying that one sword can change 9 times. When one sword can change 9 times in an instant, one will enter a new level, a new realm. This realm is called martial arts. It's also called 3-in-1. People have the mind, the eyes, and the hands. Martial arts can't be practiced without any of them. When all 3 are combined, one will be able to exert one's strength to the extreme. This is the beginning of martial arts. People have the mind, the chi, and the spirit. All 3 are indispensable. When practicing martial arts, it's about combining the mind, the eyes, the hands, the chi, and the spirit. Chun Zong felt that his horizons had been broadened. It turned out that there was also the so-called martial arts. The mind, the eyes, the hands, the chi, and the spirit were the so-called martial arts. After one sword changed 9 times, one would enter the first level of martial arts, which was 3-in-1. I wonder what it's like to be 3-in-1. Chun Zong thought to himself. He was very curious and yearning. It's the same for practicing the sword. It's the same for practicing the fist, the palm, the fingers, the legs, the blade, and so on. When one reaches the 9 changes, one can touch martial arts and comprehend 3-in-1. The mind refers to the mind. The eyes refer to the eyes. The vision refers to the eyes. The hands refer to the hands, which are also the swords in the hands. The essence represents the energy and the strength of the body. The chi in the chi and blood realm represents the strength of chi and blood. In the strength refining realm, it represents the inner force. In the true martial arts realm, it represents the true force. The so-called 3-in-1 is the perfect combination of the mind, the eyes, and the hands in the chi and blood realm. It's beyond the limit. Of course, since ancient times, There has never been anyone who could comprehend 3-in-1 in the Qi and blood realm. There are also very few people in the strength refining realm. I practice the sword, so I have the most profound understanding of the sword. Then, Huan Yun Swordsman explained some tips on practicing the sword. They were all his accumulation and understanding over the years. He explained them very clearly. Even people who didn't practice the sword could understand and comprehend them easily. In many aspects, no matter what kind of cultivation, the techniques were similar. Chapter 85. The temperature has dropped again. Everyone, please take precautions against the cold. Updated. Go wash up and sleep after reading this. Martial arts, mind, eye, and hand as one. Mind, qi, and spirit as one. After Illusory Cloud Swordsman finished his lecture and walked out of Seven Lights Hall, Chunzong's head was filled with endless recollections. It was the same for everyone else. They were mumbling to themselves and showing expressions of sudden realization, which were immediately replaced by confusion. Huan Yun's lecture seemed to have enlightened everyone. But when they thought about it carefully, it also felt like there was a thick layer of fog that couldn't be blown away. They couldn't see the true face behind the fog. But no matter what, if one or two experts appeared in this group in the future, it would have a lot to do with today's lecture. Mind, eye, and hand as one is all about the heart, eyes, and hands. The heart, eyes, and hands are indistinguishable and become an inseparable whole. In the small courtyard, Chunzong swung his long sword unconsciously and mumbled to himself. It was a little hard to understand. The heart was the heart, the eyes were the eyes, and the hand were the hands. How could they become an inseparable whole? Normally, when one swung the sword, whether it was a basic move or a rank martial art, one must first have an idea. It was also known as the heart and thoughts. After having an idea, one must lock onto a target. One couldn't just move aimlessly. Finally, one must mobilize one's strength and circulate it in a specific way before releasing it through one's arms or legs. This required a process and some time. According to Huan Yun, the mind, eye, and hand as one who had just entered the realm of martial arts was able to synchronize the three. It seemed to have become an instinct. It's a little hard to understand. Chunzong stopped swinging his sword and shook his head. He felt that this so-called martial arts was still too profound for him. It made sense when he thought about it. In the entire Eastern continent, be it the era of kingdoms or the current true martial era, there had never been a martial artist who could comprehend and master the 3-in-1 in the Qi and blood realm. Chunzong felt that it was difficult to comprehend it. The other Qi and blood realm martial artists were confused. The Qi and blood realm experts weren't any better. Let's not think about it for now. Chunzong shook his head. Since he could not figure it out, he decided not to think about it for the time being. He decided to practice his sword first. The Illusory Cloud Swordsman had taught him some simple cultivation techniques that could allow him to increase the number of variations in his sword to a certain extent. As long as he could achieve 9 variations, he would have a chance of stepping into the martial path. The little tricks of true martial realm martial artists were very useful. They were summed up based on their own cultivation and knowledge. The moon was high in the sky. Under the bright moon, Chunzong was still waving his sword. The body of the sword was bright, reflecting the moonlight and rippling like water. Chunzong withdrew his sword and stood there, the sword light converging. He exhaled a long breath. Chunzong practiced with the sword techniques taught by Huan Yun's sword artist for half a day, and he felt that his control of the sword had improved a bit. Based on the foundation of the 5 transformations of one sword, he had improved a bit. However, it was still not easy to reach the 6 transformations of one sword. You have a good comprehension ability. A gentle voice sounded. Chunzong was startled and his hair stood on end. Senior, it's you. Chunzong quickly turned around and heaved a sigh of relief. Huan Yun's sword artist, who was wearing a white robe, was standing in the courtyard. He was bathed in the moonlight and seemed to be constantly changing. At the same time, he also seemed to be standing like a statue. It was very strange. You were very suitable for practicing the sword. Huan Yun's sword artist smiled. Then, he casually pulled out the long sword at his waist. Chun Zong felt like he was looking at a cloud, a pure white cloud floating under the moonlight. It was as natural as water. Huan Yun's sword artist swung his sword casually, and it seemed like a cloud was constantly changing. Chun Zong couldn't tell how many times he had swung his sword. When he counted to the 10th time, he was dazzled. Huan Yun's sword artist swung his sword again and again. Every move was so casual and calm. Every move contained an unfathomable mystery, and Huan Yun's sword artist could change dozens of times in an instant. Chun Zong felt that he couldn't block any of Huan Yun's sword artist's moves. The gap between them was too big. As he watched, he was subconsciously immersed in it. He seemed to have comprehended something. Huan Yun's sword artist sheathed his sword and didn't say anything. He stood quietly in the courtyard. After a long while, Chun Zong moved again. He swung his sword and stabbed. The speed of his sword was so fast that it flashed under the moonlight. First he stabbed, then he sliced, lifted, pointed, and collapsed. After performing 5 changes in one sword, Chun Zong's eyes became more focused. His sword didn't stop at all. There seemed to be a surge of energy in his body, causing the sword in his hand to change into a stab again. He stabbed forward, as if he was going to pierce through the moonlight. 6 changes in one sword. Huan Yun's sword artist's eyes shone brighter than the moon in the sky. His face was full of admiration, but his heart was filled with shock. This was the first time he had seen a teenager, a martial artist who was only a Qi and Blood Realm level 7, reach the level of one sword 6 changes in one sword technique with his own eyes. He recalled that he had only reached the level of one sword 6 changes in one sword technique when he was in the Force Refining Realm. He had only reached the level of one sword 9 changes in one sword when he was at the peak of the Force Refining Realm. Are you practicing the Lone Star Sword technique? Huan Yun's sword artist suppressed his shock and asked. Yes. Chun Zong nodded. He swung his sword, and the sword disappeared. Only the Lone Star rose and descended, piercing through the night sky. The Lone Star Sword technique was a very famous sword technique during the Kingdom era. It was known for its lethality, and it was the best martial arts of the same level. It was lost after the Kingdom era, and it was obtained by someone more than 100 years ago. After mastering it, he defeated many strong enemies. This person combined the Lone Star Sword technique with many other sword techniques. He observed the stars at night and finally created the Earth-level and Heaven-level sword techniques. He dominated the Eastern continent and rarely met a match. Huan Yun's sword artist explained, this person was enlightened person Dian Xing. Although Chun Zong knew that the Lone Star Sword technique was left behind by enlightened person Dian Xing, he didn't know the reason behind it. He couldn't help but nod. Although the Lone Star Sword technique's lethality is shocking, it's also very difficult to master. Without enough comprehension and a good understanding of one's own strength, it's hard to get started. How long have you been practicing it? Huan Yun's sword artist asked. About a month. Chun Zong gave a vague answer. You're really outstanding to be able to master the first level of the Lone Star Sword technique to the initial level in a month. Do you know how to master the second level? Huan Yun's sword artist was surprised again. Only the first level. Chun Zong answered honestly. Practice it well. Maybe one day you'll be able to master the way of sword, Huan Yun's sword artist said. He took out a letter and threw it to Chun Zong. Chun Zong caught the letter and glanced at it quickly. When he looked forward again, there was no one there. Senior, Chun Zong called out loudly. There was no response. Huan Yun's sword artist left. It's really hard to predict the actions of a master. Chun Zong thought to himself, the way of sword? What's the difference between it and martial arts? Unfortunately, no one could answer his question. He could only put it aside for the time being. The cover of the letter was gray. It was made of some kind of animal skin. It was a bit thick but not hard. It felt good to the touch. There was no word on it. After flipping open the animal skin, Chun Zong was stunned. Lone Star Illumination. This is the second level of the Lone Star Sword technique. It was a handwritten copy. He didn't know who had copied it, but the content was the second level of the Lone Star Sword technique, Lone Star Illumination. It had a detailed cultivation method. In terms of grade, it was a high-grade mortal rank martial art, but its power was stronger than most high-grade mortal rank martial arts. It was very scary. All right, soon, Lone Star Illumination will be mastered. When that time comes, I'll be able to cultivate Lone Star Illumination. Chunzong was secretly happy. Everyone more or less learned something from Huan Yun's sword artist lecture. After they returned, they began to cultivate. For a time, the Seven Lights Martial Academy became quieter than usual. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the small courtyard, a lone star seemed to have fallen from the sky and descended into the mortal world. After it flickered and disappeared, an iron wooden stake that was much harder than a wooden stake was penetrated, leaving a smooth and flat sword hole. I've finally mastered Lone Star Illumination. Chunzong smiled. Next, I'll be able to cultivate Lone Star Illumination. There were as many as 18 guided moves of Lone Star Illumination. The circulation of qi and blood power was more complicated, and the number of changes was more. It was also more difficult to cultivate. For Chunzong, it was a big challenge. But after a long period of being influenced by the mysterious sword tip, his martial arts continued to accumulate, his cultivation increased, and his horizons widened. After listening to Huan Yun's sword artist lecture, his martial arts cultivation speed increased even faster. 3 days later, on the cliff of Dragonhorn Peak, Chunzong swung his sword. The sword disappeared, and the sword light turned into a lone star. It flickered at first, as if it was blinking. Then, it exploded with a dazzling light. It was so bright that it seemed to be the only one in the world. The shining lone star suddenly shot forward like lightning. The mountain wall that was full of sword marks was immediately cut open like tofu. It was 5 inches deep. Beside it was a sword hole that was 4 inches deep. It was the result of Lone Star Illumination in the mastery stage. Although there was a difference of 2 inches between 5 inches and 4 inches, the difference in power was huge. One had to know that this kind of mountain wall was very hard. If the sword could penetrate an inch deeper, the power would at least double. The power was great, but the consumption of qi and blood power was also great. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of qi and blood realm 7th stage, he could perform Lone Star Illumination in a mastery stage 7 or 8 times in a row. However, he could only perform Lone Star Illumination in the entry stage 4 times. If he planned it well, he could perform it 5 or even 6 times. If I encounter a bloodthirsty iron scale beast again, the power of this move will be enough to break its defense, Chunzong thought to himself. Chunzong left Sea Cliff with the monster materials that he had hunted recently. He quickly went down the mountain and returned to Shining Sword Hall. After selling the monster materials and some herbs to the Pavilion of 100 Affairs, Chunzong received more than 6,000 white jade coins. After calculating, he now had more than 200,000 white jade coins. He was even closer to his goal of 1 million. There are so many people. Chunzong put away the money and looked at the other side of the Pavilion of 100 Affairs. There was a mission wall there. There were sheets of white paper pasted on the wall. Each sheet of white paper had a mission written on it. There were 2 ways to accept a mission. One was to directly take off the sheet of white paper. The other was not to take off the sheet of white paper. One only needed to know the mission's content. There were many missions. Some were to find herbs, while others were to kill monsters. Chunzong scanned through them, and his eyes were immediately attracted by one of the sheets of white paper. Find blood-sinking jade. Additional, 1 tail is worth 10,000 white jade coins. Chunzong's eyes widened, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. Chapter 86. There's also a monthly ticket, right? A tall, maroon horse galloped. The sound of its hooves sounded like a drum, kicking up dust as it moved forward. This horse was called Red Blaze. It was a fine breed with a strong ability to carry weight, a strong body, and great endurance. It could travel 1,000 miles in a day with ease. Its mane was fiery red, and when it ran, it looked like a burning flame that was constantly jumping. Due to the difficulty in raising it, one horse was worth tens of thousands of white jade coins. Chunzong could afford it, but this kind of fine horse required even more meticulous feeding and care. It was very troublesome, so this red blaze was rented from the Seven Lights Martial Academy stable. It had to be mortgaged for 10,000 white jade coins, and the daily rent was 100 white jade coins. The daily rent would be settled after a few days. It was said that there was a kind of horse with demon beast bloodline that could easily travel 3,000 miles in a day. It could even travel 5,000 miles in a day. It did not eat grass, only meat, and could fight with a rank 1 demon beast. It was called Scarlet Eyes Color Glass, and each of them was worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of white jade coins. There were 2 kinds of missions in Hunter to Fair Pavilion. One was a unique mission, and there was only one. It would be gone once it was accepted. The other was a group mission that could be accepted by many people. Searching for blood-sinking jade was a group mission, and Chunzong was just one of the many people who accepted this mission. Blood-sinking jade was a jade that had absorbed blood and was formed after many years of precipitation. It had a wide range of uses, and was also the main material needed to create pure blood energy in Seven Lights Martial Academy's boiling blood pool. After Chunzong accepted the mission, he searched for the relevant information and finally determined the place where blood-sinking jade was produced. It required a place where blood had settled for many years and the existence of jade. Both conditions were indispensable. During the fall of the Kingdom era, human martial practitioners and demon beast armies fought madly. Countless people died, and blood flowed everywhere. However, the battle was mainly concentrated in a few places. Among them, the place closest to Seven Lights Martial Academy was called Black Blood Battlefield, and there was a jade mine there. After 3 days, Chunzong finally arrived at Black Blood Town outside Black Blood Battlefield. "Sir, are you having a meal or staying?" A waiter immediately greeted him as he rode the red blaze and stopped in front of an inn called Grand Inn. Chunzong handed the reins to the waiter and said unhurriedly, "Let's have dinner. Bring me some of your best dishes. Also, take good care of this horse. I'll come back to get it later, and we'll settle the score." "Okay, sir, please take the horse tag. When the time comes, you can take the horse with this tag." The waiter's movements were skillful, and he let the coachman of the inn take the red horse to the stable inside to feed and wash it. They found an empty table and sat down. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Chunzong glanced around and looked around. They were all martial artists. Most of them were at the blood chi realm, with a small minority being at the force refinement realm. After all, although the blood sedimentation jade was not cheap, it was more useful for blood chi realm martial artists. For force refinement realm martial artists, other than selling it for money, there was no benefit to their own cultivation. Some were chatting and laughing, while others were drinking alone. Chunzong was sizing up others, and others were sizing him up as well. "Young man, are you going to enter the Black Blood Battlefield?" A middle-aged man sat down directly in front of Chunzong and asked in a sarcastic manner, "What's the matter?" Chunzong glanced at the other party. He had a scar on his face and looked a little fierce. However, he was trying his best to squeeze out a friendly smile, which was a little strange. The Black Blood Battlefield has never been peaceful. It's very dangerous to enter alone. "Let's team up and divide the things we find equally," the man with the scar on his face said. "Thank you, but I don't have to enter the Black Blood Battlefield," Chunzong said unhurriedly. Before he came, he had heard that the Black Blood Battlefield was very chaotic and dangerous. If he rashly teamed up with someone he didn't know, who knew if danger was around him? After eating his fill and resting for a while, Chunzong paid the bill and walked out of the inn. He strode towards the Black Blood Battlefield. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face smiled sinisterly and left the inn as well. The innkeeper can get another sum of money from selling the horse. Seeing this scene, the waiter couldn't help but shake his head and talk to himself. Although he didn't have any cultivation, he had stayed here for a few years and had seen many people coming and going. With a glance, he knew that Chunzong was a rookie and that the middle-aged man with a scar wasn't a good person. For those young masters or disciples of martial academies, if they entered the Black Blood Battlefield for the first time without anyone following them, They would usually be inexperienced and would be easily slaughtered. As for the horse tags, the inn had some background. Very few villains dared to take the horse tags that they robbed and killed. In the end, the horse would become the innkeeper's. After selling it, they would be able to get a sum of jade money. He had seen too many things like this and wasn't surprised at all. Blackblood Town was actually not big. Those who lived in the town were all martial artists. Other than the fixed inns and restaurants, there was a lot of mobility. After walking out of Blackblood Town for another 10 minutes, Chunzong noticed that the color of the ground under his feet was gradually changing. It was originally a little grayish, but it gradually became darker. As he walked further, it became reddish-brown, like the color of dried blood. In front of him, there was a green stone tablet that was a few meters tall. On it, there were 4 blood-red words, Black Blood Battlefield. Seeing these 4 words, Chunzong had an indescribable feeling. It was as if he saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His nose seemed to smell a strong smell of blood, and his ears seemed to hear countless shouts. In an instant, he broke away from the illusion. His forehead was unknowingly covered with sweat. What a terrifying place. Chunzong wiped off his sweat with a solemn expression. Bypassing the green stone tablet, Chunzong immediately felt the change in the aura. That stone tablet was like the dividing point of 2 worlds. The smell of blood pervaded from all directions and crazily entered his nostrils. Chunzong was not used to it and frowned. Fortunately, martial artist bodies were stronger than ordinary people, and so was their willpower. If it was an ordinary person who entered here, it wouldn't take long for them to be unable to bear it. The surroundings were desolate, and there was no sign of human habitation. There was no reason for desolation and loneliness. Little brother, didn't you say that you don't want to enter the Black Blood Battlefield? A teasing voice came from behind. Chunzong turned around and saw 2 people walking quickly toward him. One of them was the middle-aged man with a scar on his face who invited Chunzong to team up. The other person was someone he had never seen before. He was dressed in black. What does this have to do with you? Chunzong asked in return. Of course it has to do with me. You lied to me, so you have to compensate me. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face snickered. A murderous glint flashed across his eyes. Chunzong couldn't help but laugh. What a robber's logic. However, he wasn't afraid of them. The vitality waves they emitted indicated that they were at the 8th level of the vitality realm. No matter how powerful they were, he could still escape. Cut the crap. Just kill him. The other person immediately spoke. He was filled with murderous intent and rushed toward Chunzong like a cheetah. A black dagger suddenly appeared in his empty right hand. He sliced through the air and stabbed toward Chunzong's heart mercilessly. The middle-aged man with the scar on his face also made his move. He pulled out the machete on his back and rushed toward Chunzong. He swung his machete heavily. The 2 of them didn't use any graded martial arts, but they cooperated well. It was obvious that this wasn't their first time. You're courting death. Chunzong snorted coldly. He pulled out his sword from its scabbard and stabbed toward the middle-aged man in black. The sword was so fast that it looked like a star was magnifying in front of the middle-aged man in black. The 3rd level of the True Sword Heaven's end skill increased the power of this sword by 20%. The middle-aged man in black was experienced in killing. He didn't panic at all. With a twist of his wrist, the dagger immediately changed shape and slashed toward Chunzong's neck. Chunzong's transformation was even more intense. In an instant, the long sword in his hand changed shape 5 times. His body and steps synchronized. Not only did he block the middle-aged man in black's dagger, he also avoided the scar-faced man's machete and stabbed his sword toward the middle-aged man in black. Suddenly, the sword light turned into a lone star. After it disappeared, the middle-aged man in black's throat was pierced and he fell to the ground, dead. Stop! The scar-faced man immediately retreated. Die! Chunzong growled. The world of martial artists was like this. They killed decisively. They didn't attack easily and didn't have the intention to kill easily. Once they drew their sword, once they had the intention to kill, they would use everything they had to kill their opponent to prevent future troubles. Unless there was a special reason. dazzling, dazzling, stunning the world. One sword, the Lone Star, dazzling, dazzling, like a flying star, like a shooting star chasing after the moon. It was unrivaled. Lone Star, illuminating the world. The scar-faced man immediately unleashed his vitality force and displayed his powerful machete technique. The machete light was like a waterfall falling from the sky. It was fierce and continuous, but it couldn't resist the dazzling Lone Star at all. It was pierced directly. The Lone Star disappeared, and the machete light dissipated. There was a clear sword hole between the scar-faced man's eyebrows. Blood flowed out from it. The sword pierced through. Two Chi and Blood Realm level 8 martial artists with bad intentions died under Chen Zong's sword just like that. The two of them were veterans who had hunted down rookies several times. They cooperated well every time, even if the opponent's cultivation level was Chi and Blood Realm level 8. This time, they kicked an iron plate. There was a saying in ancient times, if you hunt wild geese all day long, you will be pecked by the wild geese. After killing the two of them, Chunzong only lamented the dangers of the black blood battlefield. He didn't feel uncomfortable. The world of martial artists was like this. If you wanted to move forward, you had to either kill or be killed. The dagger and machete used by the two of them were treasure iron weapons. Chunzong didn't care about them. In the past, treasure iron weapons were very rare and could only be bought with 2,000 to 3,000 white jade coins. Now they were nothing. Only treasure iron weapons were really rare. If he wanted to leave the black blood battlefield, it wouldn't be a problem to bring the dagger and machete. However, he wanted to enter the black blood battlefield now. If he brought the two of them, it would only consume more of his physical strength. Giving up on the dagger and machete, Chunzong still found other things on the two of them. For example, a total of more than 30,000 white jade coins, a small number of energy pills, and scarlet blood pills. It was also a harvest. Ignoring the two corpses, Chunzong looked into the distance and walked forward. The black blood battlefield was very big. There didn't seem to be any specific pattern to the distribution of the blood-sinking jade. Those who were lucky might find a blood-sinking jade, or as they walked. After knocking it open, they would be able to obtain the blood-sinking jade. Those who were unlucky might not even find a single blood-sinking jade, or after wandering around the black blood battlefield for more than 10 days. Ever since he obtained the mysterious sword tip, Chunzong felt that his luck had always been good. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could find a blood-sinking jade and obtain the blood-sinking jade. Chapter 87. The entire black blood battlefield was filled with restless factors. The longer one stayed, the more depressed one would feel. For Chi and Blood Realm martial artists, their willpower would determine how long they could stay in the black blood battlefield. It was possible for them to stay for more than 10 days, but for Chi refining realm martial artists, their willpower had already reached a certain level. Unless there were some special circumstances, they would not be affected. Walking on the black blood battlefield, the ground was dark brown. Even the sky looked like it was covered with a layer of dark red mist. The sunlight could not penetrate, making it seem cold. As night fell, the wind had just started to blow. Chunzong could feel the temperature dropping rapidly. The night here was enough to freeze an ordinary person to death. Martial artists had better physiques than ordinary people, but it did not mean that they were omnipotent. If they encountered a bad environment, they would still fall sick. Therefore, when going to unfamiliar places, especially places with strange environments, one had to be prepared. Finding a place where two broken walls intersected, Chunzong sat down and placed his iron sword on his leg. He used a slow speed to circulate his chi and blood. This way, he would not consume too much of his chi and blood. He could also keep himself warm and maintain a suitable body temperature to prevent the cold from invading him. Unknowingly, a red waning moon appeared quietly and hung in the sky. It was as if one could reach out and touch it. Looking up, there was a strange beauty to it. The wind whistled as Chunzong lit up a bonfire. The flickering light of the fire illuminated the distant stones and dead trees, making them look like ghostly shadows. Chunzong was very bold and fearless. He reached into his chest and took out a small blood-red object. It was about the size of a pigeon egg, but it was irregular. It looked like a jade that had been soaked in blood. This was the blood-sinking jade. Part of the danger in the Black Blood battlefield came from other martial artists who were looking for the blood-sinking jade. This piece of blood-sinking jade was obtained by Chun Zong after he killed a martial artist who wanted to kill him. The blood-sinking jade was cold and smooth to the touch. When he held it in his hand, Chun Zong seemed to feel that his qi and blood force flowed faster. However, it was very subtle. It's about 1 or 2 grams. It's worth at least 10,000 white jade coins, Chun Zong said to himself as he stared at the blood-sinking jade in his hand. The sky was getting dark. The blood-red waning moon hanging in the sky seemed to be even more demonic. Shadows filled the air. On the ground to the left, there seemed to be a black shadow flowing silently like water, approaching Chun Zong. The tip of the mysterious sword suddenly trembled. Chun Zong's perception was enhanced to the extreme. He unsheathed the sword without hesitation. The sword light tore through the night sky like a bolt of lightning and stabbed to the left. However, he did not feel like he had stabbed the target. Without any hesitation, Chun Zong bounced up and landed a few meters away. He stared at the spot where he had been sitting cross-legged and found that there seemed to be a strange black shadow. Under the light of the fire, it appeared to be blood-red. Blooding, Chun Zong frowned slightly. Since he had come to the Black Blood battlefield, he had to investigate first. There were no demonic beasts on the Black Blood battlefield, but there were 2 strange things. One was called Shueyin, and the other was Shueli. Shueyin did not have a physical body. It usually existed in the form of a shadow or mist. It would quietly enter a warrior's body and suck his blood dry. Shueli was the evolved form of Shueyin. It had already evolved into a physical body and had the ability to attack directly. It could also absorb blood and qi. It was extremely terrifying. Before entering the Black Blood battlefield, Chun Zong had prepared himself for all kinds of dangers. Shueyin drilled into the ground and disappeared under Chun Zong's eyes. However, Chun Zong did not let down his guard. He was on high alert. Suddenly, a shadow appeared under his feet. Chun Zong jumped and dodged it. At the same time, he waved his sword. The sword emitted an extremely bright light and pierced into the ground. Shueyin does not have a physical body. It is cold and fears high temperature the most. Muttering to himself, Chun Zong put the iron sword above the fire. The temperature quickly rose, and the tip of the sword started to turn red. Behind Chun Zong, a cloud of black and red mist quietly appeared. It was as if a ferocious ghost face and sharp claws had appeared, fiercely grabbing at Chun Zong's neck. Die! It was as if Chun Zong had eyes on the back of his head. He quickly turned around and raised his sword. It pierced through the air and pierced through Shueyin like thunder and fire. The high temperature of the sword tip immediately caused Shueyin to suffer heavy injuries. It let out a shrill scream that pierced through one's brain. Pong! The smoke exploded. Dead? Chun Zong put away his sword. He was not sure if Shueyin had escaped or died. He sat down again and added some dry wood to make the fire burn brighter. It could affect Shueyin to a certain extent. The blood-sinking jade had many uses. Its main use was to assist Qi Blood Realm warriors in their cultivation. However, there had to be a method. For example, the boiling blood pool was one method. After all, the pure blood and Qi contained in the blood-sinking jade had already become solid after many years of accumulation. Without a special method, there was no way to guide the pure blood and Qi out. If it was a monster, it would be different. It only needed to eat the blood-sinking jade directly and use its strong body to digest and absorb it. When the sky brightened, Chun Zong woke up. He was full of energy. His willpower was strong enough that it was not inferior to a Qi Blood Realm level 9 warrior. He had not been in the Black Blood battlefield for long, so he was not affected much. After extinguishing the fire, Chun Zong carried his bag and continued forward. Not long after, he saw a dried corpse. After a brief examination, he found that it should have died in the past few days. The cause of death was that its blood and qi had been sucked dry. It was possible that it had encountered Shui-In or Shueli. Qinzong found 2 red money notes and 5 white money notes on the corpse. The total was 25,000 white jade money. At this rate, I might be able to find 1,000,000 white jade money here. Qinzong joked to himself. Ouyang Jianlin, hand over the blood-sinking jade. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. You bunch of useless chickens and pottery dogs. You're courting death. Kill him. When he heard the voice, Qinzong also saw the 5 figures in front of him. 4 of them had formed a circle and surrounded the 5th person in the middle. The person who was surrounded had a strong blood qi fluctuation. He was at the 9th level of the blood qi realm. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were sharp. He wore a silver-gray martial attire that was close-fitting and exquisite, making him look tall and handsome. The sword in his hand immediately attracted Qinzong's attention. The blade of the sword was bright and smooth like a mirror. The edge of the sword was suffused with a green light, which was a sign of extreme sharpness. The hilt of the sword looked like it was carved out of dark red jade. The entire sword looked like it was of the highest quality, whether it was the lines or the brightness. It was at least a precious iron greatsword. The 4 people surrounding Ouyang Jianlin were also at the Qi Blood Realm level 9. The style of their martial uniforms were basically the same, but the color was different. They were disciples of other martial academies. There were 5 martial academies under Ultimate Martial Main City, and 7 Lights Martial Academy was only one of them. The 4 of them attacked at the same time, slashing out with their long sabers. 3 saber beams shot out from 3 different directions. A palm smashed towards Ouyang Jianlin like a stone slab. A leg struck down like a huge pillar, and a sword was as powerful as wind and thunder. Ouyang Jianlin's lips curled into a sneer. His body swayed as he lunged forward with his sword in hand. The sharp sword pierced out, evolving its sharpness to the extreme, as if it could pierce through anything. They were all at the Qi Blood Realm level 9, but Ouyang Jianlin's strength was extremely terrifying. Not only did he break the 4's joint attack, he even took the opportunity to kill one of them. The sword beam flashed again. In the blink of an eye, the 2nd person was killed, leaving only 2 people alive. Stop! The 2 people who were still alive realized that things were not going well and quickly shouted. It's too late. Ouyang Jianlin was obviously a decisive person as he attacked again. Let's fight. The 2 people saw that things were not going well, so they immediately used ignition blood technique. Their blood and qi burned, increasing their strength by 1,000 pounds as they used human-level upper-grade martial arts. The saber beam was dyed with a layer of blood, as if it could split the earth. The palm was like a red millstone that could shatter a mountain as it smashed towards Ouyang Jianlin. Futile struggle. Ouyang Jianlin snorted coldly with a sneer on his lips. He waved his long sword with extreme sharpness, splitting the saber beam and piercing the palm print. It was extremely fast, like a shooting star that streaked across the sky, killing the 2 people. He's so strong. Qinzong's pupils contracted. Ouyang Jianlin was also at the Qi Blood Realm level 9, but he killed 1 person with a single strike. Even after the 2 people used ignition blood technique to increase their strength, it was still the same. Ouyang Jianlin's strength was too terrifying, especially his sword. It was not only fast, but also sharp. There were not many variations, only an indomitable determination and ruthlessness. Ouyang Jianlin glanced at Qinzong from more than 100 meters away. His eyes were very sharp, and he immediately took the 4 people's bags and other belongings and left. Qinzong exhaled. If this person wanted to harm him, he felt that he could only turn around and run away immediately. The difference in cultivation was too obvious, and the difference in strength was too great. However, the sword can also be used that way. Qinzong was inspired. It could be changed or not. Whether it could be changed or not depended on the specific situation. Some people who practiced the sword were very mediocre, and there was nothing special about it. This was the case for most people who practiced the sword. However, some people who practiced the sword would have new breakthroughs above the mediocre, such as faster, more powerful, sharper, and so on. When he pulled out his sword and stabbed, there was only a dazzling flash of light in the air, like a white line. It still doesn't feel fast enough. Chunzong shook his head. Compared to Ouyang Jinlin's sword, there was still an obvious difference. The origin of this difference was not only the difference in cultivation, but also the difference in the use of the sword. However, it did not mean that Chunzong's use of the sword was inferior to Ouyang Jinlin's. Both of them had their own strengths. Now, Chunzong wanted to learn from Ouyang Jinlin's strengths and make them his own to further improve himself. Sheathing his sword, he walked to the 4 corpses to have a look. The wounds were very thin. Chunzong studied them carefully and felt that he had gained some inspiration. Sword, sword, sword. Chunzong tried again and made adjustments. Every adjustment was very subtle. Every time, Chunzong could feel that the sword was getting faster and faster. When he stabbed out, the power carried by the sword became more and more condensed. Chapter 88. It's a sunny day, so I should exercise and patrol the mountains. After a few slashes, the ore was cut cleanly, leaving only a small square piece. After some polishing, a red color was revealed. It was the color of the blood-sinking jade. After a while, the edges were all rubbed off, leaving behind an egg-sized, blood-red jade stone of a regular shape. Not bad. There are about 2 or 3 layers. It were 30,000 white jade coins. Chunzong was secretly delighted. It had been more than 3 days since he entered the Black Blood battlefield, and he finally found the second piece of blood-sinking jade. Including the notes he found from other martial artists, he had earned more than 100,000 white jade coins. As expected, the stronger one the faster one can earn money. Chunzong muttered to himself. After putting away the blood-sinking jade, he looked into the distance. Chunzong, I didn't expect you to come to the Black Blood battlefield. When Xiaowei saw Chunzong, he was stunned at first. Then, he revealed a hideous smile, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. This person humiliated senior brother Xiao Hongfu. We can't let him live. Xiaowei said to the other 2 people beside him. These 2 people were from a Xiao family and disciples of the Illuminating Earth clan. They were at level 8 of the Blood Chi realm. He is related to Huan Yun's swordsman, one of them said seriously. They are not related at all. He was just lucky to be recognized by Huan Yun's swordsman. Xiaowei sneered. He had already done his research and came to this conclusion after combining all the clues and information. Moreover, even if they are related, no one will know if he is killed in the Black Blood battlefield. Xiaowei's murderous intent intensified. Once one entered the Black Blood battlefield, no one outside would know if one died. Huan Yun's swordsman was not a god. In the Dark Blood Mountain of the Dragonhorn Peak, he failed to plot against Chunzong and was severely injured by the bloodthirsty Iron-Scale Beast. After he recovered, he brought the chief senior brother of the Illuminating Earth clan, who was also a member of the Xiao family, to stand up for him. In the end, not only did he fail, but he was also humiliated and had to pay 50,000 white jade coins as compensation. Since then, Xiaowei's heart was filled with killing intent toward Chunzong. He swore that he would never let Chunzong go if he had the slightest chance. Chunzong was actually called out, which made Xiaowei feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His Xiao clan was indeed a powerful clan that was ranked higher than the Bai clan in the ultimate martial main city. There was more than one true martial realm expert in his clan. Although he had some status in the Xiao clan, he had angered Huan Yun's swordsman. The Xiao clan would not start a war with Huan Yun's swordsman because of him. Fortunately, after some investigation, they found out that Huan Yun's swordsman only admired Chunzong, and they did not have a close relationship. He was also very lucky to have met Chunzong in the Black Blood battlefield. The heavens had given him such a good opportunity. If he didn't seize it, wouldn't it be a waste? We don't know who killed who yet, Chunzong said calmly. Do you think that my strength is still the same as before? With a cold laugh, Xiaowei's figure rushed forward. His 2 sabers crisscrossed above and below, like butterflies flying through flowers, quick and disorderly, yet orderly in the midst of chaos. They transformed into a net of saber light, enveloping Chunzong's entire body. The other two Shao family Qi Blood Realm level 8 martial artists also immediately attacked. In the martial arts world, there were many people who practiced fist, palm, and leg techniques. There were also many people who practiced saber and sword techniques. There were relatively few people who practiced other weapons. Among the 8 major forces in the ultimate martial main city, the Shao clan was famous for their saber techniques. Their long sabers surrounded Chunzong from the left and right. The saber light was sharp like white silk. It worked perfectly with Shao Wei's Nev sabers, leaving Chunzong with nowhere to dodge. However, did Chunzong need to dodge? No, he didn't. Chunzong was not afraid of anyone who was also at Qi Blood Realm level 7. He was just a loser, so why should he be afraid of Shao Wei? Chunzong drew his sword. The sword light was blinding. It turned into a white line and stabbed forward. Shao Wei's saber attack was immediately broken. The sword continued forward. The tip of the sword was cold and sharp, like a cold light falling from the sky. It pierced toward Shao Wei's forehead. The extreme speed of the sword caused Shao Wei's forehead to feel numb and cold. His expression changed drastically. At the same time, the saber light that came from the left and right missed. They quickly changed to horizontal slashes. One saber went for Chunzong's neck, while the other went for his legs. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Shao Wei waved his sabers wildly. The saber light was so dense that it could not be penetrated. However, Chunzong's sword broke all of them. One sword, 6 transformations. Shao Wei's sabers could not block it. Blood-boiling technique. With a roar, Shao Wei's body temperature rose rapidly. His skin quickly turned red. A powerful force emerged from his body, and his speed increased. He retreated even faster. His sabers were even faster and fiercer. They blocked Chunzong's sword. "You will die today," Chunzong said in a low voice. Even if his opponent used some forbidden technique, he would not be able to escape. The sword stabbed out like a lone star descending into this world. Soon after, it flickered and became incomparably brilliant as it shot toward Shao Wei with astonishing speed. Shao Wei's hair stood on end. He immediately unleashed his qi and blood and used the minor grade reversal saber technique. The saber light intertwined, more than 3 times denser than before. Not only could it defend, it could also cut wildly. Both sides were injured. If Chunzong insisted on piercing Shao Wei with his sword, he would also be cut by the sabers. The sabers on his left and right slashed at him at the same time. It was as if they could split a huge rock and split a long river. They were merciless. At the critical moment, Chunzong's body moved like the wind. He passed between the 2 sabers and avoided Shao Wei's sabers. He appeared on the other side lightly. Skylight and Cloud Shadow Sword. Skylight and Cloud Shadow filled the air, covering a few meters in front of them. Shao Wei and the other 2 could only see a vast expanse of white. They could not see anything. A sword light shuttled through it, cutting like an aurora. In order to kill, Chunzong unleashed 70% of his qi and blood power and 70% of his physique. It was extremely powerful. The sky light disappeared, and the cloud shadow dispersed. Shao Wei and the other 2 covered their necks. Blood flowed out, and their faces quickly turned pale. They tried to open their eyes wide to see clearly, but they quickly lost their luster. They died unwillingly. Chunzong quickly took out an energy pill and beast blood pill and consumed them. He used the true Sword Sky Supreme skill to speed up his recovery. Otherwise, in a place like the Black Blood battlefield, it would be easy for him to die if he did not maintain his strength at the peak. The recovery speed of the 3rd stage of the true Sword Sky Supreme skill was undeniable. With the help of the beast blood pill, Chunzong's qi and blood power was completely recovered. Shao Wei and the other 2 had already lost their vitality. They could not be more dead. Affected by the Black Blood battlefield, their faces were pale, as if they had been dead for half a day. In fact, it was less than an hour. Chun Zong searched the three of them and opened up the bundle. A smile immediately appeared on his face. There were a total of 2 pieces of blood immersion jade. One was less than a tael, while the other was more than 3 taels. He estimated that it was close to 4 taels. This added up to at least 40,000 white jade coins. Other than that, there were some energy pills, beast blood pills, and scarlet blood pills. Chinzong did not need to worry about the lack of pills. He even wanted to get pills of higher quality to aid his cultivation. Finally, there were the money notes. There were 5 red money notes and 23 white money notes. In total, there were 73,000 white jade coins. With this calculation, Chunzong's harvest in the Black Blood battlefield was more than 200,000 white jade coins. Perhaps I can really gather 1 million white jade coins. Chunzong took a deep breath and said to himself. However, gathering 1 million white jade coins was only the most basic goal. It would be best if he could gather more than 2 million white jade coins. In the past, Chunzong's goal was to help his father recover his blood qi. However, ever since he found out about the existence of a precious medicine like the 7-leaf blood lotus, which could not only recover blood qi, but also improve one's blood qi, Chunzong's goal had expanded. As his father who had raised him and taught him principles, Chunzong was willing to give everything he had. If he was unfilial as a son, wouldn't he be worse than an animal? If I can get more than 2 million white jade coins, not only can I buy the 7-leaf blood lotus, I can also buy a precious iron sword. Chunzong thought to himself, his eyes shining brightly. As a swordsman, a good sword was undoubtedly very attractive. Moreover, a good sword could also increase one's lethality. Shaking his head, Chunzong suddenly felt that he was thinking too far ahead. Including his entire wealth, he only had about 400,000 white jade coins. It was still very far from 1 million, let alone 2 million. The last item was a red bee skin scroll found on Xiao Wei's body. Chunzong opened it and looked at it. He immediately revealed a joyful expression. Blood boiling technique. It was the forbidden technique that Xiao Wei had just used. It was also a forbidden technique that Xiao Wei had only recently begun to cultivate. If the blood ignition technique was a very common and low-end forbidden technique, then the blood boiling technique was much more precious. Normal factions didn't even have the qualifications to learn it. As one of the 8 major factions of Ultimate Martial Main City, the Shao clan naturally had the qualifications. Compared to the blood ignition technique, the blood boiling technique's cultivation requirements were much stricter. One had to be at least at the 7th layer of the blood qi realm. Moreover, one's blood qi had to be very stable. In other words, one couldn't cultivate it under normal circumstances. Otherwise, it would affect one's blood qi. At the very least, one had to be at the peak of the 7th layer of the blood qi realm. In addition, the blood boiling technique was different from the blood ignition technique. The blood ignition technique burned one's blood qi in an instant, increasing one's strength by 500 kilograms. The duration was very short and could only be used once. If one was faster, they could use it twice. No one had ever been able to use it 3 times. The blood boiling technique was different. It increased one's strength continuously for 10 seconds. The first layer increased one's strength by 500 kilograms and 10% of one's speed. The second layer increased one's strength by 500 kilograms and 20% of one's speed. The third layer increased one's strength by 2,000 kilograms and 30% of one's speed. When a martial artist attacks, the strength of their attacks is closely related to their strength and speed. It's best to increase both. Chunzong said to himself. Obtaining the cultivation method for the blood boiling technique was a pleasant surprise. Moreover, the 10 seconds duration was the limit. If he could finish the battle within 10 seconds, he would be able to end the blood boiling technique early and not exhaust his blood qi. After memorizing the contents of the blood boiling technique, Chunzong put it away. Now wasn't the right time to cultivate it. Xiao Wei was an enemy, but he died here. The Shao clan doesn't know that I killed him, so they probably won't come after me. In addition, Bai Yulo is also a hidden enemy. If I have the opportunity, I'll get rid of him as well, Chunzong said to himself. Chapter 89. Deep in the night, a blood-colored crescent moon hung in the sky. It seemed to be embedded in the sky, and one could touch it if they jumped up. Chunzong was hiding in a cave that hadn't been completely sealed. He didn't know when this cave had been left behind, but it looked clean after a bit of cleaning. A bonfire burned fiercely, and the dry wood crackled as it burned, sending sparks flying everywhere. The fire burned brightly, illuminating the cave. It also brought a wave of warmth in this cold night, affecting the Yin blood to a certain extent, making it even more difficult for them to approach. Chunzong attempted to cultivate the blood-boiling technique. The first layer of the blood-boiling technique wasn't difficult to cultivate. It was about the same as the ignition blood technique, so it was very easy to grasp. After spending a few hours, Chunzong successfully cultivated the first layer of the blood-boiling technique. "Let's try it," Chunzong muttered to himself, then immediately used the blood-boiling technique. The ignition blood technique used blood qi to violently collide with each other, then ignite it. It didn't use much of one's blood qi. The blood-boiling technique also used collisions, but it wasn't as intense. However, it was more frequent, causing the temperature of one's blood qi to rise rapidly, like boiling water. The blood-boiling technique was more efficient than the ignition blood technique in terms of blood qi utilization. As his blood qi boiled, Chunzong felt his body temperature rise rapidly, but it wasn't as high as the ignition blood technique. An even more powerful force immediately filled his body, and his arm strength increased by 250 kilograms. The sound of a sword rang out, and a sword light shot out at the same time, piercing through the flames and leaving a clear mark on the rock. "My speed has indeed increased. It's about 10% faster," Chunzong said to himself. The boiling blood qi was quickly consumed. Chunzong's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly stopped. "What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to last 10 seconds? It's only been 3 seconds, and I've already used up half of my blood qi. I can only last 6 seconds at most." Chunzong was very confused and began to think. 6 seconds and 10 seconds. The difference of 4 seconds was very obvious. Could it be that there was something wrong with his cultivation? Taking out the beast hide and reading it carefully, Chunzong finally came to a conclusion. The so-called 10 seconds should refer to martial artists at the 8th layer of the blood qi realm and below. Some could last longer or shorter periods. However, guesses were just guesses. Whether they were true or false was yet to be verified. He hurriedly circulated the true Sword Heavenly Supreme skill to recover his vitality. The gap between the 3rd layer of the true Sword Heavenly skill and the 4th layer was huge. Chunzong estimated that he still needed a few more months before he could break through to the 4th layer. Chunzong's qi and blood recovered. Under the light of the fire, he practiced his swordsmanship. There was no specific swordsmanship, and he did as he pleased. After he swung his sword, it changed continuously. When it was about time, he stopped practicing and rested. He did not encounter any attacks from Shui Yin until dawn. It wasn't easy for Shui Yin to be born. In the entire Black Blood battlefield, there probably weren't many Shui Yin. As for Shui Li, there were even fewer of them. After packing up, Chunzong ate some dry rations and set off again. It had been 5 or 6 days since they entered the Black Blood battlefield, but they had only obtained 4 pieces of blood-sinking jade. In Chunzong's opinion, this harvest was too little. "You bring your bag over." During the break, 4 cultivators walked over. They didn't look too old, and all of them wore similar martial attire. They should be cultivators from certain force. One of them pointed at Chunzong and spoke without any trace of politeness. The other 3 either had an indifferent expression or a mocking expression. Chunzong knew from the qi and blood waves emitted by the 4 of them that they were martial artists at the 9th level of the qi and blood realm. He grabbed the bag and threw it directly at the 4 martial artists. Chunzong took the opportunity to get up and used the wind stepping steps to quickly leave. "Stop!" After catching the bag, the martial artist who spoke immediately shouted, "Or die." Shenzong wasn't that stupid. Instead, he sped up. On the black blood battlefield, even people you knew could stab you in the back, let alone martial artists who were strangers. Especially when their cultivation levels were far higher than his. Rashly approaching them was like sending a lamb to the wolf's mouth. His cultivation level isn't high, but he's quite alert. Fortunately, he ran fast. Otherwise, I would have killed him. After opening the bag, there were some dry rations, energy pills, beast blood pills, and scarlet blood pills. Shenzong kept the blood-invigorating jade in his secret pocket for safety. I have 20 energy pills and 10 beast blood pills left. I don't have any dry rations left. I can only last for 3 or 4 more days. Shenzong was a little distressed. Fortunately, he didn't put everything in the bag. Otherwise, all his efforts would have been in vain, and he would have to leave the black blood battlefield immediately. I'll spend some more time looking for it. If it doesn't work, I'll leave the black blood battlefield and go to the town to replenish my supplies. He thought to himself and chose another direction to move forward. On the black blood battlefield, the dark brown ground was the most common, followed by dead wood, gravel, and dilapidated houses. As he walked, Shenzong saw a palace in the distance. Half of it had collapsed, but the other half was still intact. It looked very old, but still stood firmly. As Shenzong approached, intermittent voices drifted into his ears. Someone's fighting, more than one person. On the black blood battlefield, most warriors wouldn't fight for no reason. It was either because of conflicts, benefits, or wanting to rob the other party. Fighting for no reason would only consume their own strength. Shenzong's footsteps were light, and his speed increased slightly. He quickly approached the dilapidated palace. Be careful. Get out of the way. Kill it, and all the blood-invigorating jade inside will be ours. Blood-invigorating jade. Shenzong's eyes suddenly lit up. Moving forward, Shenzong used the walls of the dilapidated palace to hide his body. Through the gaps, he saw 4 warriors fighting with a monster. Yes, a monster. Its body seemed to be made of solidified flesh and blood. Its hideous head was like a combination of a wolf's head and a bear's head. Its teeth were messy and sharp. Its body was strong, and its arms were especially thick and long. It had no fingers, only sharp claws. There were 3 claws on each arm, and each of them was 20 to 30 centimeters long. They were extremely sharp. An extremely cold and fierce aura constantly emanated from the monster's body. It created a mental pressure that would cause people with weak mental willpower to feel nauseous and dizzy, causing them to be torn apart by the sharp claws. Shueli, Shenzong thought to himself. This thing was an evolved body formed by Shui Yin's flesh and blood after absorbing enough qi and blood. It possessed terrifying strength. The 4 warriors were all at the 9th level of the qi and blood realm. Each of them was very experienced and ruthless. They were the 4 people who wanted to take away his burden and even attack him not long ago. They were very strong, and they worked well together. Even so, they still couldn't kill it. They could only slowly grind it down. It was said that some of the stronger Shueli could even kill warriors at the qi refining realm. Moving his gaze away from the 4 warriors and Shueli, Shenzong looked elsewhere. Immediately, his gaze froze. In the corner of the palace, Shenzong saw some blood-red stones. They looked very familiar. They were blood-invigorating jade. 1, 2, 3. There are at least a dozen pieces, and each one is at least the size of a fist. His heartbeat immediately sped up, and his breathing became hurried. He was secretly excited. Blood-invigorating jade was very heavy. A piece the size of an egg weighed 3 taels. Then, a piece the size of a fist weighed at least 1 kilogram, which was worth 100,000 white jade coins. Taking a deep breath, Shenzong retracted his gaze from the blood-invigorating jade and looked at the 4 warriors and Shueli. It was obvious that the blood-invigorating jade belonged to Shueli. The 4 warriors at the 9th level of the qi and blood realm had discovered it and wanted to take the blood-invigorating jade. Naturally, Shweli refused and set his eyes on the four warriors' flesh and blood. Both sides inevitably fought. If Shweli won, he would absorb the chi and blood of the four warriors at the 9th level of the chi and blood realm and become even stronger. He might even be able to threaten warriors at the chi refining realm. If the four warriors won, they would obtain the blood-invigorating jade, which was worth at least 1 million. It was said that Shweli's body would condense a type of blood essence. It was similar to the blood essence of a demon beast, but there were also differences. In terms of value, the blood essence was superior to the blood essence of a level 2 upper-grade demon beast. This was because the blood essence contained in the blood essence was purer and easier to absorb. If it was anyone else, I might have to think about it. But since it's the four of you, I'll be the Oriole. Chunzong smiled to himself and slowly approached the blood-invigorating jade along the wall while waiting for an opportunity. It would be best if Shweli and the four warriors at the 9th level of the Chi and Blood Realm fought until both sides were injured. Of the four warriors, 2 used sabers, 1 used a spear, and the last one wore a pair of iron arms. Shweli's fighting style was very fierce. He did not dodge at all and allowed the sabers and spears to land on his body. He took them head-on, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. His 2 claws fiercely counterattacked, each claw leaving a red afterimage in the air. Use your martial arts and kill it as soon as possible. 3 blades of residual wind. Blood chi exploded as 3 sabers slashed out. Each saber was powerful and left 3 deep wounds on Shweli's body. Continuous, torrential rain. The long spear trembled, and the tip of the spear transformed into countless sharp and powerful sabers that all pierced Shweli's body. 1 blade breaks wood. Raising the long saber, blood chi exploded as he suddenly slashed down. It was as if all of his strength had been concentrated on this saber. Even if it was a 100-year-old tree in front of him, it would still be cut in half. The momentum was shocking as it directly cut off one of Shweli's arms. The incomparably sharp sound was like a demon's voice that pierced through the mind, causing people to feel dizzy. Iron arm chain, mountain breaking style. Sparks flew as the 2 arms collided. The powerful force was like 2 large hammers that smashed heavily into Shweli's chest, causing him to continuously retreat. Shweli's sharp claws counterattacked, but they only scratched the chests of 2 warriors. Unable to dodge in time, the 2 warriors who used sabers and spears had 3 claw marks on their chests. The wounds were so deep that their bones could be seen, and they were in so much pain that their faces turned pale. It's said that Shweli's claws are very special. Once they're scratched, the pain will be twice as much as normal. Chunzong saw this scene through the cracks in the wall. Kill. For blades of residual wind. Under the intense pain, he unleashed an even more powerful attack. For sabers slashed at the same wound on Shweli's body, almost cutting him in half. Chapter 90. Dodging. The dark red liquid fell to the ground and quickly corroded a hole the size of a wash basin, like a strong acid. Wisps of light red acidic gas came out, making one's scalp tingle. Now, thinking to himself, Chunzong's body floated over the wall and landed near the blood-sinking jade. His hands moved simultaneously, grabbing 2 pieces of blood-sinking jade and throwing them at 2 martial artists. He then quickly grabbed 2 more pieces and threw them at the other 2 martial artists. Then his hands alternated between grabbing pieces of blood-sinking jade and stuffing them into his clothes. Stop! Damn thing! You're dead. The 4 martial artists all caught the blood-sinking jade and looked at it. Their expressions changed drastically as they roared in anger. Shweli first charged at the 4 of them, but then he felt something and immediately turned to Chunzong and let out a sharp roar that could pierce metal and split stone. It caused Chunzong's expression to change drastically. Out of the corner of his eye, Chunzong caught a glimpse of a strange scarlet color that was as beautiful as a gemstone. Without time to look, he grasped it tightly in his right hand and leaped with the iron sword in his left hand. After jumping over the wall, he immediately used the wind stepping steps. The wind stepping steps of the refinement realm covered 6 meters in one step. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 steps. Finally, he leaped and floated forward another 6 meters. In just 2 short breaths, he had crossed 36 meters. Chase. The 4 martial artists were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They had slowly surrounded Shuai Li and injured him in the end. Their own side had also been injured, but just as they were about to kill Shuai Li and reap the rewards, they had been taken advantage of. Shuai Li charged at the front and clawed fiercely. The bloody glow of his claw flashed, and the broken wall was instantly torn apart. Shuai Li's speed was extremely fast, like a red whirlwind. The 4 martial artists swallowed beast blood pills to recover their blood force and took the remaining blood-sinking jade with them. Then, they used their movement techniques to give chase. Chunzong continuously used the wind stepping steps. His cultivation was inferior to Shuai Li and the other 4 martial artists, so he could only do so. The refinement realm's wind treading steps consumed less vitality, especially after his cultivation base reached the 7th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. He could perform it more than 10 times in a row, and even 12 times would not be a problem. However, Chunzong had to allocate his vitality wisely and strive for more. His right hand was holding a small object, which should also be a blood immersion jade. However, Chunzong felt a trace of warmth continuously entering his palm, flowing along his arm and merging into his qi and blood. It quickly spread throughout his body, and the qi and blood he had consumed was recovering at an astonishing speed. The wind stepping steps of the refinement realm was extremely fast. After using it 10 times in a row, Chunzong had left Shuai Li and the other 4 martial practitioners in the dust. What's going on? Chunzong was very surprised. Under normal circumstances, after using wind treading steps 10 times in a row, he should not have much blood and qi left in his body. However, he still had half of it left, and it was still recovering rapidly. Chunzong raised his right hand and glanced at it. He was instantly stunned. What is this? In his right hand was a piece of red jade that was slightly smaller than an egg and looked like it had been flattened. However, unlike the blood immersion jade, it looked like a layer of skin wrapped in a red liquid. The liquid seemed to be flowing without any impurities. It was exceptionally magnificent, so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. Could it be the blood immersion jade essence? Chunzong's pupils contracted rapidly, and his breathing became rapid. The blood immersion jade essence was the essence of the blood immersion jade. Its value was at least 100 times that of the blood immersion jade. Even if you had money, you might not be able to buy it. Not only was the blood immersion jade essence far more valuable than the blood immersion jade essence, but it could also be worn close to the body. The pure blood qi it contained could constantly nourish the body, imperceptibly strengthening the cultivation of vitality, and could also accelerate the recovery of vitality after it was depleted. Just like the current situation, it should be the blood immersion jade essence. Chunzong thought to himself. He calmed the excitement in his heart and clenched his right hand even tighter. He could feel the pure blood qi continuously emanating from it and spreading throughout his body through his palm, accelerating the recovery of his vitality. The automatic recovery, coupled with the accelerated recovery of the blood immersion jade essence, allowed Chunzong to use the wind stepping steps more often. The 4 martial practitioners had used up more than half of their vitality in their fierce battle with Shuai Li. Now that they had consumed beast blood pills to recover, they would need some time unless they stopped and circulated their techniques to increase their speed. However, even if they stopped, it would still take some time. By then, Chunzong would have already run away. In addition, 2 of them were injured. Their wounds were in excruciating pain and affected their movements. They could only watch as Chunzong's figure disappeared into the distance. They were so angry that they spat out blood. Shuai Li chased relentlessly because he had just obtained the blood immersion jade essence. Once he completely absorbed it, he would definitely be able to evolve into a higher form. Li's speed was very fast, but at best, it was about the same as the 9th level of the Bloodchi realm. There was no way he could catch up to Chunzong, who was continuously using the wind stepping steps. After intermittently using the wind stepping steps more than 30 times, Chunzong's vitality was always maintained at less than half. Li and the other 4 martial practitioners were left in the dust. Leave this place and return to the martial academy. The value of the blood immersion jade essence was too high. It was a matter of great importance. In order to avoid any sudden changes, Chunzong planned to immediately leave the Black Blood battlefield and return to the Seven Lights Martial Academy. On the way out of the Black Blood battlefield, Chunzong found an empty bag. He then took out pieces of blood immersion jade and packed them into his bag. As night fell, Chunzong lit a fire and rested inside a rundown house. He tied the blood immersion jade essence into a cross with a thin string and made a simple pendant. He hung it around his neck and placed it close to his chest. The pure blood energy constantly entered his body and cultivated on its own. Chunzong made a simple comparison. The speed of self-cultivation was almost the same as the speed of circulating the first stage of the true sword heavenly art. This was a very frightening cultivation speed. One must know that the true sword heavenly art surpassed the top grade mortal rank. The cultivation speed of the first stage was equal to the cultivation speed of the second stage of a top grade mortal rank art. Cultivating on its own would not cause any burden to the body. It was equivalent to cultivating for an entire day. It was several times faster than usual. Opening the bag, Chunzong's eyes were filled with intoxication. There were a total of 6 pieces of blood immersion jade inside the bag. The smallest one was about the size of a fist and weighed at least 1 kilogram. The largest one was the size of 2 fists and weighed at least 2 kilograms. With a preliminary estimation, the weight of the 6 pieces of blood immersion jade should be about 9 kilograms. It could be worth 900,000 white jade coins. 900,000. Including the others, I have 1,300,000 white jade coins. If I sell the blood immersion jade essence, I can easily get 2 million white jade coins. To be honest, Chunzong was very reluctant to sell the blood immersion jade essence. After all, the blood immersion jade essence was very effective in aiding the cultivation and recovery of blood energy. With it, he would definitely be able to raise his cultivation to Qi and Blood Realm level 8 or even level 9 in a much shorter period of time. But when he thought of his father's body deteriorating after losing his cultivation, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. It would be best if he could recover as soon as possible. After rewrapping the blood immersion jade essence, Chunzong began to circulate the true sword heavenly art to cultivate. With the help of the blood immersion jade essence, his cultivation speed was much faster. Chunzong also noticed that when he actively cultivated, the progress of the 3rd stage of the true sword heavenly art was very obvious. Perhaps it was because of the abundance of blood immersion jade or the blood immersion jade essence. Another blood-een was attracted in the middle of the night. Having some experience in dealing with blood-een, Chunzong quickly placed the tip of his sword on the fire to heat up. With one slash, he injured the blood-een and fled. The blood-een itself did not have any direct lethality. It had to enter the human body to absorb blood energy, so it was relatively easy to deal with. The only thing to pay attention to was its concealment. As soon as the sky brightened, Chunzong immediately carried the thick bundle and headed in the direction of Black Blood Town. He did not need to stop to look for blood immersion jade ores along the way. He even circulated his blood energy to increase his speed. With the blood immersion jade essence's recovery, as long as he did not release his blood energy, he would not be exhausted even if he circulated his blood energy for an entire day. Under the crazy gallop, his speed was not inferior to that of a fine horse. The journey that would take several days to complete was completed by Chunzong in less than a day. The boundary marker of the Black Blood battlefield appeared clearly in front of him. 2 martial artists stepped into the Black Blood battlefield together in front of him. They passed by Chunzong with a distance of more than 10 meters. Their eyes also swept over Chun Zong's bundle. Do you think his bundle is filled with blood immersion jade? Impossible. There seems to be a lot of things in that bundle. If it's all blood immersion jade, it might be worth millions. I've never heard of anyone who could obtain so much blood immersion jade in the Black Blood battlefield, let alone a martial artist at the 7th stage of the Blood Chi realm. That's true, but it's probably just some ores. He wants to try his luck. If these two martial artists knew that Chun Zong's bundle was filled with blood immersion jade, they would immediately kill him and rob him. Quickly returning to the inn, Chun Zong took out his horse tag and handed it to the waiter. He paid some white jade money as management fee and prepared to leave on his red fierce horse. "Little brother, you have a good harvest," a martial artist said casually. "Yes, it's all blood immersion jade. It's at least a dozen kilograms." Chun Zong smiled as he patted the bundle lightly. "It's blood immersion jade, ores, right? Maybe it's just some useless stones. You're dreaming. Wake up." Originally, some martial artists were staring at Chun Zong's bundle. After hearing Chun Zong's words, they all shook their heads. A dozen kilograms of blood immersion jade? What a joke. Did he think they were ignorant? Even some chi refining realm martial artists might not be able to obtain a few kilograms of blood immersion jade in the Black Blood battlefield, let alone a mere 7th stage of the Blood Chi realm. Chun Zong deliberately said that to mislead others and make them think that he was bragging so that they wouldn't keep an eye on him. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem and he would have to lose the blood immersion jade. These days, the red fierce horse was well taken care of. It was full of energy. After quickly leaving Black Blood Town, Chun Zong let out a sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare to slow down and galloped his horse. He had no choice. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually a little nervous. After all, he was carrying blood immersion jade that was worth millions. There was also blood immersion jade essence that was even more valuable. Every one of them could lead to a fatal disaster. None of the martial artists who mingled in the Black Blood battlefield were kind people. Their eyes were very sharp. He deliberately said that just now to mislead others. If someone suspected him later, they might catch up. Chapter 91. That kid is riding a red blaze horse and can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Our horses can't catch up. Forget it. Maybe there isn't even a single blood-sinking jade. We chased him for nothing. The martial practitioners turn around and return to Black Blood Town. The red blaze horse was very valuable and needed to be taken care of carefully. Most martial practitioners did not have the patience and were not willing to spend the money to hire others to take care of it. It would be considered good if they could travel 300 miles in a day on an ordinary horse. Chun Zong returned to the Seven Lights Martial Academy in less than 3 days. The red blaze horse was also exhausted. After deducting 100 white jade coins and taking back the remaining white jade coins, Chun Zong quickly rushed to the 100 Affairs Pavilion of Brilliant Sword Hall. "Did you also accept the mission to find blood-sinking jade?" "Yeah. Unfortunately, I only found 1 or 2 pieces and almost died inside." "That's not bad. I didn't even find a single piece and wasted more than 10 days. As soon as he stepped into the 100 Affairs Pavilion, Chun Zong heard discussions. "I heard that someone found almost half a kilogram of blood-sinking jade and obtained more than 90,000 white jade coins. That's amazing. Half a kilogram is nothing. Look at our Brilliant Blade Hall's chief senior brother, Su Zhantian, who found more than 2 kilograms of blood-sinking jade." Brilliant Blade Hall's chief senior brother, Bai Yushan, found almost 3 kilograms of blood-sinking jade. Brilliant Martial Hall. "What you said is too little." Brilliant Earth Hall's chief senior brother, Xiao Hongfu, found almost 4 kilograms of blood-sinking jade. For kilograms, that's at least 400,000 white jade coins. That's amazing. I dare say that no one can surpass senior brother Xiao Hongfu. Chun Zong immediately smiled. He carried the bag to the deacon in charge of handing over the mission and placed the bag on the table. "What mission?" The deacon glanced at the bag and asked casually. "Blood-sinking jade." Chun Zong answered unhurriedly. "Blood-sinking jade these? The deacon saw that the bag was huge at a glance. Were they all blood-sinking jade? That's impossible. The other disciples around them also stopped talking and stared at the huge bag with their eyes wide open. It's all stones. Yeah. How could there be so many blood-sinking jade? Under everyone's questioning, the bundle was opened. Balls of blood-red light entered everyone's eyes, shocking everyone. It really is the blood-sinking jade. This is a lie, right? How can there be so many? At least a few kilograms. The deacon who handed over the task was also very shocked. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the blood immersion jade, completely stunned. Calculate it, Chun Zong said. His words woke the deacon up, and he quickly weighed him. 5 kilograms and 5 taels. The deacon's voice was trembling. A total of 1,050,000 white jade money. All right, Chun Zong nodded. This was within his expectations, but he was still pleasantly surprised. 5 kilograms. The surrounding people who were doubting him all felt their faces burning as if they had been slapped a few times. At the same time, they were also very shocked. 1,050,000 white jade money. Compared to the people they mentioned before, it was nothing. Taking 10 purple money bills and 5 red money bills, Chun Zong left in satisfaction. Originally, he had more than 40,000 white jade money. Xiao Wei and the others had compensated him with 150,000 white jade money, nearly 60,000 from the dead people's wealth in the Black Blood battlefield, and 1.05 million from handing over the blood-sinking jade task. Altogether, he had a total of a little over 1,300,000 white jade money. With a white cauldron token and a 10% discount, 1 9-turn blood rejuvenation pill was exactly 900,000 white jade money. But Chun Zong wanted to buy the 7-leaf blood lotus, and with a white cauldron token discount, it would cost 1,800,000. He was still 500,000 short. 500,000, where can I get it? I still have to sell the blood-sinking jade essence. He could sell the blood-sinking jade essence to the Seven Lights Martial Institution, but the price might be higher if he sold it to the Cauldron Sky Pavilion. But he had a hurry, so it was a little troublesome. After organizing, Chun Zong prepared to go to the 100 Fairs Pavilion to inquire about the value of the blood-sinking jade essence. Since he had decided to sell it, he had to maximize the value. Not long after he left the small courtyard, Chun Zong ran into Chun Kai-wei. When Chun Kai-wei had just entered the Seven Lights Martial Institution's brilliant sword hall, his cultivation was already close to the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm level 6. Now that he had reached the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm level 6, it was not that easy to break through. He still needed some time. Chun Zong, you're back. Chun Kai-wei was startled at first, and then said, What's the matter? Chun Zong asked. Li Jinshi was injured. Chun Kai-wei hesitated for a moment, but still said, Injured? What happened? Chun Zong furrowed his brows as a sharp light shot out from his eyes, causing Chun Kai-wei to feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if a sword was pointing at him. After not seeing him for a while, Chun Zong seemed to have become even more powerful. I think it might have something to do with you. Chun Kai-wei first looked around and made sure that no one else was approaching. After organizing his words, he lowered his voice so that only he and Chun Zong could hear. That day in the sword waiting hall, Li Jinshi directly voiced his support for you. It was the same as challenging Bai Yushan's authority in front of everyone. 2 days ago, a Bai family member from Marshal Yao Hall beat Li Jinshi up in the name of a challenge. Bai family. Chun Zong's pupil shrank. Waves of anger surged in his heart. Ever since he entered the Seven Lights Martial Institution, Bai Yulo and Bai Yushan had been targeting him at every turn because of a small courtyard dispute. Now, they were even targeting his friends. Be careful, Chun Zong said to Chun Kai-wei and quickly walked towards Li Jinshi's room. You're here. Li Jinshi was half lying on the bed. His left arm and right leg were fixed with wooden planks. His face was pale and his spirit was weak. He smiled when he saw Chun Zong enter. How are your injuries? Chun Zong asked. His anger grew even stronger. I'm fine. I've already taken a grass restoration pill. My internal injuries will be healed in a few days. Li Zhenshi smiled and said, "It's just that my hands and feet may need some more time to fully recover." Shenzong nodded. He knew what to do. Of course, his own internal injuries were not light. He had taken a grass restoration pill and recovered in 3 days. Li Zhenshi's internal injuries were not lighter than his own. Besides, his left arm and right leg were fractured. His injuries were also very serious. "Tell me, what happened?" Shenzong sat down and asked casually. He suppressed the anger in his heart for the time being, but his anger burned even more fiercely. "I was challenged. I'm not as strong as my opponent, so I got injured. There's nothing strange about it." Li Zhenshi avoided the main point. "What's the name of the person who challenged you?" Shenzong's eyes were sharp and his tone was firm. Speaking of which, he did not have many friends. Li Zhenshi was one of them. Bai Xingye of Weiyao Hall. Shenzong's eyes were too sharp. Li Zhenshi shook his head and said in the end. In fact, if he did not tell Shenzong, he could have asked others. Shenzong remembered the name and did not say anything else. Instead, he chatted casually with Li Zhenshi about his trip to the Black Blood battlefield and shared some related experiences. "Take care of yourself." After a while, Shenzong got up. He did not want to disturb Li Zhenshi's rest. "Shenzong, don't mess around," Li Zhenshi said seriously. "Don't worry, I won't mess around," Shenzong responded. He would not mess around, but he still had to do what he had to do. It was very clear that the reason why Li Zhenshi was so seriously injured was definitely because Bai Yushan or the White Jade Tower could not find him, or for other reasons, they could not directly deal with him, so they dealt with Li Zhenshi. Coincidentally, Li Zhenshi had publicly supported him in the sword waiting hall that day. Bai Yushan held a grudge against him, so this was revenge. "Weiyao Hall, Bai Xingye," Shenzong muttered to himself. The anger in his heart burned more and more vigorously. It was as if his whole body was about to combust. Holding his sword, he strode out of Weiyao Hall and walked past the octagonal dojo towards Weiyao Hall. "Disciple of Weiyao Hall, what are you doing here at Weiyao Hall?" As soon as Shenzong stepped into Weiyao Hall, he was stopped by someone. "Where is Bai Xingye?" Shenzong's tone was indifferent with a hint of coldness. He was very direct. "Why are you looking for senior brother Bai?" The Weiyao Hall disciple frowned and immediately asked. "To challenge." "Challenge?" The disciple sneered. "Just you? Come back when you've reached Qi and Blood Realm level 8. Bypassing the disciple, Shenzong quickly ran towards Weiyao Hall's house. "Bai Xingye, get out here!" A loud roar that pierced through gold and cracked rocks spread throughout the house, attracting a lot of attention. "Get out of here! Weiyao Hall is not a place for you to behave atrociously." The Weiyao Hall disciple who was bypassed flew into a rage out of humiliation. He formed a claw with one hand and viciously grabbed at Shenzong's shoulder blade. His attack was fierce and powerful enough to crush rocks. "Get out!" Shenzong struck out with his right palm. Like a dragon's roar, his attack landed heavily on the disciple's chest. The explosion of power sent the disciple flying a few meters away with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The Minute Realm Lesser dragon-subduing hand was powerful and domineering. "How dare you attack someone in our martial Yao Hall?" Immediately, another disciple rushed over and kicked Shenzong viciously. The kick was powerful enough to crush rocks. Shenzong struck out with his palm again. The powerful lesser dragon-subduing hand slapped the leg away. He took advantage of the situation and struck the disciple's chest with the tip of his sword. The disciple was sent flying a few meters away. Anger burned in his chest. His attacks were even more powerful. He defeated and injured 2 Weiyao Hall level 7 Qi and Blood Realm level 7 disciples in a row. "Bai Xingye, get out here!" Shenzong roared once again. He was looking for Bai Xingye to block him. This made Shenzong, who was originally burning with rage, even more furious. He was like the magma of a volcano that was about to erupt and destroy everything. "Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge Senior Brother Bai? Get out of Weiyao Hall immediately. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you." Other disciples rushed over and surrounded Shenzong. Their faces were filled with anger and fear. He had defeated 2 Chi and Blood Realm level 7 martial artists in a row with his palm technique without using his sword. He must be very powerful. It was very difficult to defeat a Chi and Blood Realm level 7 martial artist of the same level. If they surrounded and attacked him, even if they defeated and injured him, it would undoubtedly tarnish Wu Yao Hall's reputation. The other halls would think that they defeated him because they outnumbered him. It would damage Wu Yao Hall's reputation. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.